Blog Talk Radio.
Yes. Erev Tov. Good evening, Chabarim. Good evening, brothers and sisters, and greetings to the once lost, now found, and also to the righteous amongst the nations that have faith in the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I, Rastafari. Here, Shabbat Tov. Here, we're the second day of this new Shabbat, this new week, but we still are in the Maccabees, the 8 days fight to the Chanukah, the renewal of the light here in the season. Here we're at day six here for the usual Midrash Mondays, but for the special observance here, the Maccabees fighting holidays. Here we're at day 6. Stay tuned for the day 6 presentation right here. Reading from the 4th book of Maccabees, also pointing to the first Chanukah. Chanukah means like an initiation, a training, a livication. Here, the initiation of the altar in Numbers chapter 7, and in the time of Maccabees, fighting, right, for the way, the truth, and the life. Like spiritual, we could say revolution, but it wasn't just spiritual, but because of the spiritual roots, they was able to win the temporal war. But right here, Shavua Tov, let's ride
Shavua
up
Tov,
right
Shavua Tov, a good 7, good strong. Sabbatically speaking, yes, I. Shalom, Chabarim, shalom. Give thanks.
So here we're at the 29th, right here, the 29th day of the 9th moon, and the 9th moon is called Kislev, right? The 9th moon, 9th month of the year. This is counting from Abib, the April-May time, right? Also called the month of Nisan. It's also one of the darkest months. In other words, longer nights, shorter days. And the days progressively, they get shorter and shorter. And the nights also get longer and longer. Another theme right here concerning the light, concerning the menorah, concerning the altar, and also concerning the fight that occurred, well, days long ago. Here, Temple Rockers with days long ago. Linville Thompson right here. Temple Rockers for the Maccabees fight and the Chanukah light right here.
Let's have a party tonight. Long time ago, oh Chanukah, Holy boy, let's have a party tonight. Chanukah, oh Chanukah, come light the menorah. Let's have a party, we'll all dance the aura. Gather round the table. light. They shed their sweet light to remind us of days long ago. Relaying true light, one for each night. They shed their sweet light to remind us of days long ago. Chanukah, oh Chanukah, relaying true light. Let's have a party tonight. Chanukah, relaying true light. Oh Chanukah, let's have a party tonight. Boy, 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 Chanukah. Chanukah, oh Chanukah, let's have a party tonight. So remember, Chanukah.
Chanukah Sameach. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Chanukah light right here. Day 6. Here, the evening psalm here for this day right here, Psalm 48. Check
Psalm 48.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livne Korah.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King.
Kadamawi.
The whole place is due for
Rastafari. Africa is a must. So nobody post now cause you have to jump on this Shabbat. Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livne Korah.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים כן תהילתך על כתבי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, the mountain of the holiness. Beautiful is thy situation, joys of the whole earth, is Mount Zion. And the size of the north is the city of a great king, Yah. God known in our place for thy refuge, for Lord the kings assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They troubled and hasted away, for they took hold upon them, faint as a woman travels. Thou breakest a ship of Zion with east wind, as herb and oak of east seas, the city of the Lord of hosts. In the city of our God will I establish it forever, ever, ever. We have truth as the loving kindness, our God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so the praise unto the ends of the earth. Righteousness in the hands of righteousness. Let Mount Zion be rejoiced, yea. Let the daughter of Judah be glad, because thy judgment, Yah. Walk about Zion and go around about ye. Tell it towards thee for, Yah. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, the mountain of the holiness. beautiful for education, for joy, and the whole earth, Lord. This Mount Zion and the sides of the north, city of the great king. God known in her place for the refuge. For lo as the kings were assembled and passed by together, they sighed, and so they marveled, they troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them, they have seen as a woman that travels. They have seen as a woman that go on a travel yard. I saw a ship travels with east wind, and we as herb heaven seen the city of the Lord. Oh, the city of our God will I establish it forever. Forever will I establish it, yeah. God known in his place for thy refuge, Lord the King assembled.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel, O children of Israel?
And that's the life when I promote the heights of level. So the burn them evil concept that we have to get is a destruction to the humanity. That's what I say. What do I say now? Hey, check this. Sure. Jaja city, Jaja town, them off it on it in a cowboy town. We look and know. Jaja city, Jaja town, them off it on it in a dead man town. We look and know. Mr. John Conchaka, Bush and Brown. We now are no more than in a town. Mr. Happy got full of kids, we got happy out. We now are no more dead body. Well, Mr. Joe kill quick. We don't want no more hits. We don't want no more grave. We don't want no more casket. Well, life we promote it is righteousness. Saddam get a lick. We don't look and go. Jaja city, Jaja town. Them want to turn it in a cold white town. We don't look and go. Bloody city, bloody town. Want turn it in a rude white town. We don't look and go. Them a tell me how them call. Big 45 they shoot out them brother mole. No pass them cold like up at the North Pole. So them shoot down the hung, shoot down the hole, shoot down the puss and all the dog on the pole. Every weekend them take a next payroll. Out of one pocket them shoot out Bill Pole. This Marcus Gavin no fed off his roll. Look out now, Jaja city, Jaja town, them have it on it in a cowboy town. Look out now, Jaja city, Jaja town, them have it on it in a dead man town. Them think them reach the ultimate, yo, but them no reach nowhere yet. Them get caught in the internet. A society, you tell me them a intellect, them promote too much debt. Look at now, Jaja city, Jaja town, them a turn it in a bad man town. Look at now, Jaja city, Jaja town, them a turn it in a cowboy town. Want to carry the same 10 miles out of the city. It a go get too smitty. One is Jaja and me go, one Miss Smitty. One all the shot and me go, one all the hitty. No for say them chill man without pity. Wrong kind of sip me, I'll go catch them a sippy. Shoot them, licky, them sicky. Rastafari, judgment, we slew all. Yo, Jaja city, Jaja town, them not connecting a cowboy town. Look at you, bloody city, bloody town. So the children rude boy town. Them niggas shut down in the east. Tell them to hold the peace. We don't want no more coffee, we don't want no more eat. We like we are promote, we did get us.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Woe be unto the bloody city that is filled with liars, robbers, and thieves. Woe be unto the bloody city that's filled with liars, robbers, and thieves. Depart from evil and do good. Depart from evil and do good. Yeah. Just look upon the faces of man, see if there was anywhere there. No, no, not one. No, not one. We all together become foolish and foolish. Didn't accept the wisdom of Jehovah. Depart from evil and depart from evil and whoa, some trust in chariots, some trust in horses, some trust in silver, some trust in gold. I trust in the Most High. I depart from evil and do good. Depart from evil and do good. Yes. Don't put your trust in medicine. Get the love for humanity. Don't put your trust in medicine. To the blood it's filled with lies, robbers, and thieves. Woe be unto the blood that's filled with lies, robbers, and thieves.
Whoa to the city. Woe to that mystery city. Woe to Babylon. And here, that woe comes up with the changing of times and laws, as it says in Daniel's prophecy. So, New Year's, they call it New Year's. Is it real? Is it fake? New Year's, the Gregorian calendar, is it real? Is it fake? Gregorian calendar, is it evil? Hear this.
The Gregorian calendar, if you've studied history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people. The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops, and they conquered lands and then told people what day it was. Most civilizations already had their own calendar, see? And then these guys come along and say, no. This is the day. It didn't go down very easy. They had to kill millions and millions of people to get them to follow this Gregorian calendar. And what this Gregorian calendar was all about was the physical measurement of our orbit And it turns out that this is a very, very insidious tool. You probably never thought that a calendar could be so evil. But what this calendar has done is it has pinned our civilization's consciousness to physical evidence only. The absolute dead center of our civilization is focused on only physical evidence. The measurement of physical objects moving through space. That's why it's not Year of Our Lord anymore. Because there has been a steady erosion of our consciousness of things other than physical.
And here's also another reason why this observance, Maccabee fighting holiday, here Chanukah time and reason, and here in the season is so very important to relight the light of faith, to resist the assimilation into the Babylon Borg hive mentality, to be in the world, but not of the world, to resist that assimilation to the world flesh and the satanic seclorum. Even if they call it nouveau ordo seclorum. Here, time. Daniel's prophecy, they shall think change, times and laws. Time. Is time the master? Well, here, classic John Holt. Time is the master. Well, time could be a disaster too, you know what I mean? If you don't care. Wake up!
Time is going, why not make yourself a plan and try to be someone? Hold up your head so I can see you trying, son. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't care. You young and gay, you old and gray. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't care. Time. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't take it. Time. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't take it. Whoa. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't care. You young and gay, you old and gray. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't care. Time. Time is the master, but time can be disaster if you don't care. Whoa, yeah. Time. Time is the master.
Life gets so hard at times. I don't know where to go. No, no. Sometimes I feel like giving up, but God knows I keep trying my very best, trying to find a peace of mind. I think time is the master. A time has no measure, and God just taking one day at a time. Soon I'll leave my troubles behind. Maybe I'm just a dreamer, hoping for better to come. From day to day, I'm always on the road, looking for a peace of mind, hoping to find a better way. I think time is the master, and time has no measure. So I just take it one day at a time. Soon I'll leave my troubles behind. I say God is the master, and He lose everything if I continue to serve Him. Yes, I know that I will win. Boy, Lord.
With the spirit of noble endurance, I will continue. And I won't give up until the ending of my day.
Maybe I am a dreamer, but I must find a better way, some way, someday. I say time is the master, a time lose everything, and I'm just taking one day at a time. Soon I leave my troubles behind. Time is the master, and time has no measure. So I just take it one day at a time. Soon I'll leave my troubles behind. Ain't no stopping me now. I'm moving on ahead. Victory will be mine at the ending of the day. With God by my side, I know peace will abide. So we're moving on. With God in my heart.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari,
The people shall realize this philosophy and the earth shall be me. Hey, 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 the world shall see. The lamb upon his stone where you conquer the
Chapter 7. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matter. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heavens strove upon the great sea. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. And behold another beast, a second, like to a bear. And it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this, I saw in the night vision, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth, devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. It had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes, like the eyes of man, and a mouth, speaking great things. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake, I beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me, and made me know the interpretation of the things. These great beasts, which are four kings which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom, and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Fiery stream, fiery stream, fiery stream, fiery stream.
Wise, lush, perfect, blessed, Moriah.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burning. They have no water. Fire, 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 fire.
A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. A fiery stream, a fiery stream, a fiery street, a fiery street, a fiery street, a fiery street, a fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake, I beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me, and made me know the interpretation of the thing. These great beasts, which are four kings which shall arise out of the earth. The saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of brass, which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes, and a mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his brother. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against them, until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came, the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, and shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. They shall be given into his hand until a time, and the dividing of time. The judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it unto the end, unto the end, unto the end, unto the end. And the kingdom and dominion, and the greatness of the kingdom unto the whole heaven, shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Hitherto is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my cogitations much troubled me, and my countenance changed in me. But I kept the matter in my heart, my heart, my heart, my heart, my heart, my heart.
Yes. Here also pointing to the theme, the reason for the season, Maccabees. The Maccabees fight, Chanukah, the Chanukah lights. Kingdoms rise, kingdoms fall. Kingdoms rise, kingdoms fall.
Yes! Whoa now! Kingdom rise and kingdom fall. Oh yeah, now. Babylon tries to find a solution. Oh yeah, now. Yeah. Economic has got them in desperation. It's a mountain. And poverty is causing danger and political tension. Depression is down in the land. And inflation is holding down. Kingdom rise and kingdom fall. Oh yeah, now. Babylon is against the wall. Babylon trying to find a solution. Oh yeah, now. Babylon is against the wall. Yeah. For rulers, we know them. It's a mountain. Speaking about human rights, it's a modern man. Yet they deal with your dishonesty, it's a modern man. And the people, they still can't walk the street as they like. Kingdom rise and kingdom fall. Oh yeah, now. Babylon is against the wall. Babylon trying to find a solution. Yeah. Oh yeah, now. Yeah, yeah. Economics, I got them in desperation. It's a modern famine. And poverty is causing dangerous political tension. It's a modern famine. Depression is down on the land. It's a modern famine. And inflation is holding down strong. Kingdom rise and kingdom fall. Oh yeah, now. Babylon trying to find a solution. Fittest of the fittest. The fittest of the fittest. The fittest of the fittest. If you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia. Oh no. Better call on to Jaja. I and I, Father. Sila. I'm love. Oh yeah. Just say not one of his children shall go down in the walls of Jericho. Let Jah arise and let his enemies be scattered away. So if you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia. Better call on to Jaja. Oh yeah. I and I, Father. Sila. Oh yeah. I'm lost. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good and no pleasant it is for I and I to dwell together. Oh yeah, in the light of Jaja. Oh yeah, let us live as one brother and sister. If you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia. Better call on to Jaja right now. I and I, Father. Sila. I'm love. Oh yeah. Say not one of his children shall go down in the walls of Jericho. I'm telling you. Let Jah arise and let his enemies be scattered away. Oh yeah. So if you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia. Better call on to Jaja. Oh I and I, Father. Lord, I'm Lord. Oh yeah. Better call on to Jah. You better call on to Jah. You better call on to Jah. You better call on to Jah.
No cutting fetish. Test your knowledge. What is the King of Kings kingdom, and from where does it rule? Who rules in the kingdom, and who are its subjects? How has the King of Kings assured us that his kingdom is a reality? When did the appointed times of the nations begin and end?
LOJ Society, Sahara, I name, Barukna Anta, Iguziol as a Manuk Nagus, Kendamari, Haile Selassie, Nagus Neges Ethiopia, Zumi Iguziari here. Yo, you already know what it is. This the type of stuff I'll be teaching to my kids. Yes, so they can maintain. Let me explain. It's all about the name. It's all about the fame. Hashem, it's us, not them. We mine, amen. They accustomed to sin. If we gon' win, we can't go in with them. I'm a part of the kingdom of H.I.M. I'm locked up extemai. Haile Selassie, better known as the conquering lion, King of Zion. Revelation 5:5, them no lion. In the midst of the throne, on the right hand of the lion. Yahushua was a flame lamb, came back after Zion. Yahushua was the same man, resurrected Zion. The Ethiopian son of man conquered Zion. Yo, you already know what it is. This the type of stuff I'll be teaching to my kids. Yes, so they can maintain. Let me explain. It's all about the name. It's all about the fame. Hashem, it's us, not them. We mine, amen. They accustomed to sin. If we gon' win, we can't go in with them. I'm a part of the kingdom of H.I.M. So please respect it. Christ has risen, so you can't reject it. And the light hit the prism and you can't deflect it. And it's too bright, you can't neglect it. I know Goose Nagas. Check out the medals on his chest. Then check out the Solomonic crest. Abba Kaduz. Revelations 2:17 that proof. Yahushua HaMashiach revealed the truth. Yo, you already know what it is. This the type of stuff I'll be teaching to my kids. Yes, so they can maintain. Let me explain. It's all about the name. It's all about the fame. Hashem, it's us, not them. We mine, amen. They accustomed to sin. If we gon' win, we can't go in with them. I'm a part of the kingdom of H.I.M. And I beheld the curse, so I felt it was my duty to belt the verse. And I turned over a new leaf cause I felt the worst. In this land where the black man feels the hearse. A lot of Hebrew women hoeing just to feel they purse. They be the first one to say they put their children first. But it never gets better, it only gets worse. There's only one way that I know of that can break the curse. Come on. Yo, you already know what it is. This the type of stuff I'll be teaching to my kids. Yes, so they can maintain. Let me explain. It's all about the name. It's all about the fame. Hashem, it's us, not them. We mine, amen. They accustomed to sin. If we gon' win, we can't go in with them. I'm a part of the kingdom of H.I.M. You already know what it is. This the type of stuff I'll be teaching to my kids. Yes, so they can maintain. Let me explain. It's all about the name. It's all about the fame. Hashem, it's us, not them. We mine, amen. They accustomed to sin. If we gon' win, we can't go in with them. I'm a part of the kingdom of H.I.M. Moa Ambassador and Negere Yehuda, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. LOJ Society, Zumi Egzi Abeher. Elect of Elohim. I'm not from the Samide, the life source of the heavens. Rastafari. Live. Log on to LOJSociety.org and be informed.
Yes, give thanks, Rastafari, Ahad, Emerald Music, INC. Yes, Rastafari, right there. Here, let's run up here for day six. Day six reading, coming forward. But first this.
The Lion of Judah shall break every chain. The Lion of Judah shall break every chain. Yes. Lion of Judah conquering lion shall break every chain. The conquering lion shall break every chain. The conquering lion shall break every chain. Give us some again and again. The conquering lion shall break every chain. The conquering lion shall break every chain. The conquering lion shall break every chain. Give us some victory again and again.
So right here, Numbers day 6, Numbers chapter 7, verse 54 to 59, and Numbers chapter 28, verses 1 to 15, 1 to 17, right there. Then we have the 6th chapter of the 4th book of Maccabees, right here. Here's a bracha, a blessing for the reading. Avo.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר נושאים מצוותך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך וציווית בם בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך ושכבך ובחומיך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לתוספות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. And they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the 4th and in the last generation. Yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships. Because you have rejected his instructions.
Perhaps the significance of Hanukkah and the Jewish revolt does not lie in a miracle or in a military victory at all, but in something far more profound. The struggle of the Maccabees was perhaps the ultimate battle for religious freedom. Since the time of Judah, the flames kindled in Hanukkah candles around the world each year represent a fight for spirituality. It is a battle that resonates from antiquity until the modern day, not only for the followers of Judaism, but for the faithful of all the world's great religions.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel?
All right. So right here, I think I said chapter 7, but I said 54. We have a little typo I noticed right here. Going into the verse. So actually, the verse is right here. Let me check this out properly right here. Yeah, it would actually be chapter 7, same chapter, but at verse 42, as you can see for day 6, right there. So Shema Yisrael right here for the Chanukah Sameach, here, bringing forward the day 6 reading from the Torah, right, from the Torah. So hear this, O Israel. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
On the 6th day, Eliasaph the son of Deuel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph the son of Deuel, 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 the son of Deuel.
Wise, slash, perfect, blessed, Moriah.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burning. They have no water. Fire.
And right here to Numbers, plus the Numbers chapter 28. Chapter 28 reading right here. Shema, hear this right here. Day 6. Chapter 28. We have here verses 1 to 15.
Chapter 28. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savour unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season. And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto the Lord. 2 lambs of the first year, without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shalt thou offer at even. And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai, for a sweet savour, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And the drink offering thereof shall be the 4th part of an hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place shalt thou cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Lord for a drink offering. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, as the meat offering of the morning, and as the drink offering thereof thou shalt offer it, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 bullock, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 ram, and a several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savour, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And their drink offerings shall be 1/2 an hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of an hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of an hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering unto the Lord shall be offered, besides a continual burnt offering and his drink offering, 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 and his drink offering.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burning. They have no water. Fire, 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 fire.
Now, here. Let's just take a little pause right here. Now, this additional reading, the Maftir additional reading, for the holidays or for this memorial of a holiday, is very, very important from Numbers chapter 28. Let's just scroll all the way back right here. Chapter 28, right? Commanding concerning the children, the sons of Israel, right? Or commanded concerning the offerings, right? His offering, Yahweh's offering, his korban. Korban, right? Also enunciated by ancient speakers as korban, korban, korban. It's dialect, korban, korban, right? Which is an offering and oblation, right? An offering and oblation. Let's scroll down right here. It's coming from the root word right here, right? So this chapter here, let's get this right here. Schofield Study Bible tends to have a good kind of study write-up because it gives verses and then we can verify those verses for ourselves, right? So here, let's scroll to Numbers chapter 28. And we're scrolling to this because how it links with the words of Robenu, Adonenu, Yeshua, HaNotri, Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua HaMashiach. So here in chapter 28, this is the Seder or the order, right? The order, the Seder, right? The Seder of offerings, the Seder of the korbanot right here. So first of all, just to get the basics, so the offering, the korban. Now in the Orthodox Church, the Oriental Orthodox Church, the Ethiopian Tewahedo Church, and other sister churches, this is often referred to as the korban, also is referred to as sacrament, refers to as like a sacrament. But this comes from the root word, the Shiite, Afro-Semitic, Afro-Asiatic, black man, linguistics here, right? The Afro-Semitic language, like Ethiopia, the Hebrew Bible. Here's the root, the karab in the Hebrew, corresponding with the kareb in the Ge'ez, the Amharic, karab, a shared root. So they have shared roots right here. Basically, the word karab, like we say, Krav Maga, was called Israeli street fighting, Karab, Maga, Karab, to come near, Waga, Maga, like to juk, street fighting right there, basically drawing near. The sense of it is to draw near, to come near, Karab. He came near, Karab. He approached, Karab. He entered into, Karab. He drew near, right? So the general sense of Karab is to draw near. Also, it has a sense of causing to approach, like to bring something near. And this is the idea of like a present, right? To bring something near, right? This is a primitive shoresh root, a primitive root meaning to approach, karab, right? Causatively to bring near for whatever purpose. So this word can be applied to different purposes, but the purpose here, right, in the mikdash, the mekdesh, the holy place, is something that's brought near to the mizbeach. Now let's recall that Chanukah, in the first instance, we have it in the Hebrew Bible. We have it in Numbers chapter 7, where the 12 princes, Nisim, right, are presenting their presentations to initiate, kind of to start up, right? Some say inaugurate, but to initiate or dedicate the communal altar, the communal mizbeach, in the Hebrew mizbeach, the altar right here. So the connection of that with this, right, is that which is brought near. So we go to the days of Chanukah, and we're reading in Numbers chapter 7 concerning the dedication, the livication, or the Chanukah, the Chanukah, something that is brought near where? Something that's brought near to Ha-Mizbeach, the altar. Remember, the same altar that is getting initiated, getting consecrated or dedicated, for this particular service. That is, now in the usual use, is to present a sacrificial present. So in translations, it's often translated as oblation in some places, or that which is offered, or as we have right here, an offering. So here, right, from the first verse, Yahweh spake to Moshe saying what? To command the sons of Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, and say to them, my offering, Yahweh's offering, that which bring near, right? And my bread. So the two parts right here is the offering, what is brought near, right? The korban, right? The korban. Now in the New Testament, there's this whole reasoning, right? In the Brit Chadashah concerning korban. They spell it in the English as C-O-R-B-A-N. So in the English, it says C-O-R-B-A-N. You can look it up in the KJV Bible. C-O-R-B-A-N, korban, the korban, right? So the offering, oblation. Now, Yeshua, Moshiach, he refers to this Ha'adon, Adonenu, our Lord, our Master, our Sovereign, our Boss. He refers to this a few times, right? When I say a few, refers to the roots a few times. So when we read in the New Testament, often some things get confused because ones are trying to interpret it in nowadays sense, based on the world, flesh, satanic, seclorum, what people do. Other people offer sacrifice and do this, they do that. But we're talking about in the context, right, of the Hebrews, the Bnei Yisrael, and the covenant. Check. So right here, that which is brought near, and my bread, lechem. So we have the word lechem. Now, some speakers that, how can I say, non-Afro-Semitic speakers find some sounds difficult, right? Some sounds difficult. Now, we know what happened to our people with being stripped and losing our language. First of all, throwing Torah behind us, and Yahweh giving us up to our own desires, we lost a lot of things. So some of these sounds can be a little difficult, but other speakers, it's kind of sure that it's not their mother tongue because they don't have these particular sounds. I listened to one brother from, I think, West Africa, and he was talking about Chanukah. He said, oh, it's a ha. He said it very lightly, but he did say it. And then he said, well, you could use a K. So we could call it Kanaka. I said, oh, man, this is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because a ha, right? Ha, right? Ancient Afro-Semitic speakers, African Semitic speakers spoke this, right? So it's like this word here. You could say lekem, but that would get confusing, right? As lekem, right? Lekem can also be to them, right? Are you saying you want bread or you want to them? Are you saying you want lechem? You want lechem or you want lekem? Right? Lekem is like for kem, for like, if I'm speaking like you all, like I'm speaking, I say shalom lekem, peace be to all of y'all, shalom lekem. All right, so let's, practice makes perfect, and if you're saying to yourself there's nothing perfect, then I'm not going to tell nobody to give up, but you've already given up. Anyway, lechem, all right, because we use that, right? Practice makes perfect. We do apply. All right, we have to get off this satanic mind state, this adversarial mind state of lower expectation. No, we are not perfect yet, but we should strive. We got to have higher goals, right? To live up, right? Yes, even the plants, when the sun comes up and the light shine and the plants grow towards the sun to receive the radiation of the sun, the emanation of the sun, right? It doesn't reach the sky. Literally, right? But it does try. So here, lechem, right? Lechem is bread. Lechem is bread, is food, is grain. Generally, it's bread. Directly, it's bread. We say bait lechem, or ones will say beit lechem, Bethlehem, right? In English, Bethlehem, beit lechem, Bethlehem, bat lechem, right? Well, bat lechem will be daughter. Bat lechem, daughter of bread, Beit lechem would be house of bread. So even right there, bat, daughter, beit, house. Is there a relation? Well, of course there's a relation, right? Even we say in English, she's built like a brick house. So we can see that metaphorical, right, parabological relation, allegorical relation. But here, lechem is directly bread, but generally can refer to food and grain because, you know, bread is made from wheat, grain, and different kind of grain, right? So bread corn, right? But as the second entry, the B entry says food in general, right? It can be the food, lechem in the scripts, right? And in Hebrew, biblical Hebrew is used as food for man or even food for beasts. Especially, right? Take note, especially lechem as bread or grain, right? The grain in that sense for making the bread, right? And coming from this root word lacham. Lacham is interesting. Not going to go down this right here, but just to share the connection, lacham. All right, so some might say, no, it's not lechem because there's no S sound in biblical Hebrew. They don't know what they're talking about. So that means you'll be saying both words as laham. Wow. Really confusion. You see what happens? Confusion, right? But according to the proper pointing, laham is the verb. Laham as a verb means to fight, to do battle, to make war. Literally, laham means he fought. Laham, he did battle. Laham, he did war. The general word here for war, for battle. But as we said, there's the Hebrew two truths, the dual midrash, the two truths of the ancient biblical Hebrew and other Afro-Semitic languages. Most of the Afro and the ancient languages have a sense of a kind of a esoteric, a kind of an outer, an inner, right? A upper, a lower, right? A direct literal sense and a figurative sense. So here we have to fight lacham, right? Notice this is the root of the word lechem for bread, right? In the first sense, to fight, to do battle, to make war, so forth and so on regarding battle, fight, battle, war, right? Second entry here, right, is to eat or to use as food, right? And this is where we get the sense of, you know, lechem as bread. Note that, was it Caleb and Yehoshua? They were the two of the good of the 12, the two truthful and good of the 12 spies. The 10 had told lies, discouraged Israel, and led to the wandering in the wilderness as a punishment, as a plea bargain by Moshe for the Israelites wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, a year for a day that they spied out the land. Remember when Caleb was trying to encourage them, he said, listen, we can go up. He said, these people are bread for us. See the use right there? Now we hear bread and we think, oh, he's just bragging and everything. But in the Hebrew, he's saying something else too. He's saying these people are lechem for us because we can lacham, lochem, right? From the lacham sense, we can go up, right? We can battle them, right? So the sense, the root sense of the word lacham, right? The primitive shoresh has a sense of to feed on. In a figurative sense, is to consume. Makes me laugh right now because sometimes, you know, when people eat and even when we eat, it's almost like it's like a war, right? Food is good, you know? You know what I'm saying? But the sense of feeding on, so this twofold sense is very Hebraic here, right? And of course, we might not see this overtly in our use of English so much today, but it's there, right? In spirit. To feed on. The figurative sense is to consume. By implication, it's to battle. It's to battle, right, as destruction, to devour. So when Caleb said, listen, these people here, don't be afraid of them. They are bread for us. We can go up. He said, we can go up. That's a signal like we can go up and we can do battle. We can step to them. We say today, step to them. Then they would say, like, we can go up, right? These people are bread, right? We can battle them and we can consume them. We can win the battle. But here, Yahweh is commanding, right? He's commanding the children of Israel concerning the offering. So we have the korban and we have the lechem. For my sacrifices made by fire. So here we have this term Isha, Isha. I know it sounds just like the word for woman, right? Is there a connection there? Come, make we reason on. Isha, or in the phrase, in the verse, it will be, if we're correct, Ishay, La Yahuwah, like let's get the verse right here. We don't have to guess. We got it right here. Okay, let's go right here. So he says, Sao et b'nei Yisrael. Modern Hebrew, Sav et b'nei Yisrael. Modern, they'll say Sava. In the ancient pointing, Sao. Here. Yes. Sao et b'nei Yisrael, we amarta. Command the sons of Israel, we amarta, and say eleihem, and say to him, and say to them, eta karbani. Some might point as korbani, right? Eta karbani, lachmi, right? Lachmiya le'ishay, right? Le'ishai, reya, nichochi, tishmeru, le'hakrib li, bemo'ado. So what is being said right here? It's a little different than the translation, actually. A little bit different. He says, command the sons of Israel, Sal et b'nei Yisrael, ve'amarta eleihem, and say eleihem, and say to them, right? Eta karbanai, my offering, lachmi, right? Lachmi, my bread. He sings my offering, right? My offering, my bread, le ishai, right? To be presented by fire from the Isha. So here we have the Isha. Here's what's interesting. The word Isha sounds a lot like the word for woman. There is a very close correspondence of the sound, and we can even see a link with the etymology in the Hebrew. But in the Hebrew, the Ishai and the Isha regarding the fire is presented in a male sense, although fire is feminine. So there's a particular interest in the masculine and feminine sense that goes beyond gender in the sense of genital. You know, like we get caught up in this Western Gentile world and everything is kind of like carnal, like we shared the Gregorian calendar's evil clip right there. You know, to pin the consciousness on just the physical, material things and lose sight of the psycho-spiritual, you know, the soul and spiritual aspects of it. But here, this word here in the Ishai, right? He says, Ishai is my fire, the sacrifice of fire. It connects right here with the burnt offering, the use of the fire in a liturgical sense, right? The fire offering. So the Ishai, right, in this context is his fire offerings, right? Le Ishai, reyach, nichochi. Now, if you go on the verse, it says right here, it says in the KJV, for a sweet savor to me, a sweet savor. So the reyach, there's the word reyach is the savor, the scent, the smell, the aroma, reyach, the reyach, right? And the odor of soothing odor, right? This is the technical term for the sacrifice to Ha Elohim, right? The odor as if blown, like the odor, like we give him that smoke in that sense, right? The fire, the holy fire, we give him that smoke, like the savor. If you notice, there's a lot of focus in the Torah, in the offerings to Yahweh on the smell, that sweet savor, you see? So right here from Ruach. Now, of course, Ruach as a noun is spirit. Ruach can also be, right, in context of the biblical Hebrew language, it can be used in some cases as a verb, right? As a verb, it means to smell, to scent, right? Even in the sense of to perceive the odor. But concerning the sacrifices, right? It has the context of accepting. The metaphorical sense of delight, right? You see right here where the root of the ruach as the verb is like to blow, to breathe, right? Only it says here literally to smell, right? To smell. And the implication of that smelling is that perception, perceiving, right? That perceiving there. So he says right here, reyach, right? Reyach, right? In the sense of the savor, ni choach, ni choach, ni choach, ni choach, ni choach, ni choach, ni choach is that which is soothing, ni choach, that which is quieting, tranquilizing, soothing. You know, some smells are, you know, very pleasant, calms you down, changes the atmosphere, restful, pleasant, delightsome, in the translated sense of the sweet, right? The sweet, right? Reyach, that sweet scent, that sweet odor, right? He says right here, to me shall y'all observe to offer to me in their due season. Shall y'all observe, right? Reyach nichochi nishmeru, tishmeru, shall y'all observe shamar lehakrib. Now the word hakrib comes from karab. Hakrib is in the sense of the translation to offer, right? Lehakrib, to offer from karab, right? Lehakrib li. Li is to me, for ani, for I. Lehakrib li, to offer to me, mo'ado. In the mo'ado, like say the mo'adim, right? The mo'adim, this word right here, from mo'ed, but here the context is mo'ado, right? In his or in its appointed time, in its appointed place, right? During the sacred season, during the appointments, right? During these appointments. But here, not to be too long on this right here, but there's a connection there once you establish that foundation. Then it goes on to go through the offerings that shall be made day by day, right? In this verse it says day by day or in a day by day, right? There's the offerings. And then it lists what the offerings will be, you know, in the morning, you know, also the meal offering or what they call the meat offering. There's really no meat in it, but it's actually mincha that goes along with the sacrifice. So the lamb, yes, that has flesh there, but then the meat offering is not meat, right? The meat offering, that'd be good. The meat offering is not meat. Here we have the mincha. It's a gift, it's a tribute, it's a present, but let's go all the way down here, right? It's specifically, right here where it says specifically, this is what the Torah is explaining, right? Specifically a sacrificial offering, usually bloodless and voluntary, right? And it kind of explains itself, right? Because what it says in verse 5, for example, and a tithe part or 10th part of an ephah of flour for a mincha, right? Mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. As it goes through many of the explanations, you'll see that it's basically grain, and then some oil with the grain, right? And then it talks about the olah, the burnt offering, right? Made by fire, right? The ishe la Yahuwah, right? Then the drink offering, the libation or drink offerings, the nesek, how much it would be, you know, the quantity, right? And when it shall be, right? And it shall be poured, right, to Yahuwah for a drink offering. So that drink offering, the nesek, would be like almost like a libation, right? What would be done? And the other lamb shalt thou offer at evening. So there'll be 2 lambs, one for the shacharit, for the dawning, the morning, and the other one for the evening, for the erev, the evening, for the evening service. As the mincha, right, the grain offering of the boker, the morning, the dawning, the break of day, and as the nesek, the drink offering or libation, right, thereof. Thou shalt offer, right, and the key word offer, what you see here they translate as offer, but the word in the Hebrew is asa. So it means more correctly, thou shalt do. thou shalt do. This is what you shall do. But they just translate as offer. A sacrifice made by fire, the Isha, right, the Ishe, of a sweet savor, Reyah, right, Nichochi, right, a sweet savor, La Yahweh. But now note this here. This is the part that now connects with the Brit Chadashah, the New Testament, right? Let's go over here. Did we miss, there was this one here, at even. When it says at even, in the even, right, the evening, notice in the Hebrew it's between the two evens, like Pesach, between the two even. From this evening, like right now we're in the evening service, right, like going through to the next even, right, the evenings. Let's scroll over here to verse 9. So here in 28 and 9, notice what it says on the Shabbat day. So this is the work. This is the avodah. Avodah, modern Hebrew, aboda, right? More Afro-Semitic pointing, aboda, right? This is the aboda, the service. This is the service of the priest during the days. And here it points out the service of the priest on Shabbat. Remember when Yeshua said concerning the priests, like profaning the Sabbath, in the sense of he was arguing with these other, scholars of Torah, so-called rabbis. The rabbis were arguing with other rabbis, and they were trying to say like, hey, you violating, you know what I mean? Because you're doing work on the Sabbath, all right? And he said, well, look, don't you know that even the priests, if I'm violating, they profane the Sabbath too, and they are blameless. Because some of the teachers at that time was pushing the false doctrine that like anything that you do, almost like, almost like a person had to be still on the Sabbath, just sit down, just don't move or something. You know what I mean? It was really crazy, right? So what Yeshua did, Robenu did, was point to this right here. So when it speaks about the priest profaning the Sabbath and are guiltless, right? He is pointing to this section here in the Torah, right? Is what no doubt came to their minds, those who understood what he was saying. And this is how he shut them down, right? Knowing Torah. Numbers 28 and 9, it says, and on the Shabbat day, right? So even on the Sabbath day, the priests are still working. They still got a work to do. So even on the Sabbath day, there is a work, but we can call this like a work in grace. It's not like, it's a work in grace, right? But still it's work, right? So while everyone else, right, is resting on that day, the priests are still, let's read. And on the Shabbat day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot and 2/10 deals of flour, right, for a mincha. So 2/10 deals of what? For a meat. What kind of meat is it? Here, the solet. Solet is fine flour, right? Solet is fine flour, right? Chipped off fine flour for a what? A mincha. The mincha, more correctly to translate the meat offering, is the grain offering, right? The meat offering is the grain offering, or a present offering, right? Like the present, like you present something like a gift. But the mincha, right? Mingled with oil, as we mentioned, the shemen, mingled with some oil, right? And the nesek, the drink offering, the libation thereof. Now, what does it say further? In verse 10, it says, the burnt offering of every Shabbat. So on every Shabbat, they had to deal with the fire, the preparation, and the offering, the olah, the burnt offering. Besides, notice the word beside. Beside, this is in addition. So on the Shabbat day, there's an additional offering beside the daily, day by day, the continual burnt offering and drink offering. So we want to point to that right there, and then it speaks about the different times and seasons, like in the beginning of your months. Here we say we're in Kislev, in the Chanukah time, Maccabee fighting holiday time, and this will be like the 9th month, right? When counting from what it calls there, the beginning, the Rosh Chodashim, right? The Rosh Chodashim, the beginning of moons and months. So it's talking about the offerings at the different times, how much it would be, what it would be, and also in a sense explaining why it would be, right? And we pause at verse 15. So when Yeshua says right here, let's see if we can get that verse just to connect the dots right here in this presentation. Let's see, guilt, right, and guiltless, right, guiltless. Shouldn't appear so many times in the scripts. All right, let's see. Have contemned the guiltless. Okay, it's at the bottom of the page. Let's go here. There, guiltless. What means guiltless, or does he say blameless? Hold on for a moment. Blameless. Just a quick search right here. Blameless. Blameless. All right. If not, we'll just go to profane Sabbath. All right. You know, because then that was the argument. There we go. There we go right here. Well, they use instead of guiltless, blameless. So it's Matthew chapter 12, verse 5. All right, just to put this in the context of what we just pointed to in Numbers chapter 28, verses 9 and 10. All right, so he says this right here. He says, but he said to them, okay, let's go back to what they said. All right, okay, let's go back to the beginning right here. At that time, Yeshua, he went on the Shabbat day, Yom HaShabbat, through the corn, through the what? The corn. And Talmudav, his Talmudim, his disciples were an hungered. And they began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. All right. But the Parasim, the Pharisees, they saw. All right. They were preying, peeping and watching. They were peeping. And they said to him, behold, look and see, here it is. Thy disciples, thy Talmudim, do that which is not lawful to do upon the Yom HaShabbat, on the Sabbath day. Verse 3, but he, Yeshua Adonenu, Robenu, right, said to them, have you not read what David did when he was a hungered, and they that were with him? Verse 4, how he entered into the house, the bait, right, of Elohim, right, and did eat the shewbread, right, that was not lawful for him to eat. So he's saying, well, if you're saying that what we're doing, I'm doing, and the disciples are doing, what we're doing is unlawful, have you not read in the scripture what David did? All right, he went into the house of Elohim and ate the shewbread, the bread of the presence, the bread of the face, the shewbread that was not lawful for him because David of the tribe of Judah, he was king, but he was not a priest. But then he did a lot of priestly things. All right, but the point he said making to them, well, that was not lawful for him to do, right? To eat. Neither. Let's say we make the exception for David, because David is David. He's anointed and all that, right? But it was not even lawful for them who were with him. But it was only lawful if you want to go just to the letter, right, of the law without spirit, right? It was only lawful for HaKohanim, only lawful for the priest. Or this is the part right here. He adds to that, right, argument and reasoning this here in verse 5. Or have you not read in HaTorah? No, what he says. Over here he says, have you not read? Right? He didn't say where, but have you not read what David did, like in the books of Shemuel, Samuel, you know, and Chronicles, and, you know, elsewhere, you know, right, concerning David, right? And then he seals that up with saying this in verse 5. Or have you not read in HaTorah? Right? So he went from, his argument was from what we call it, from minor to major. You're like, you know, like he went from a minor point, though by itself it's a major point concerning David, right? But now he seals it up, 2 or 3 witnesses. He's giving them these 2 witnesses here as a rebuttal, right? Or have you not read in HaTorah, in the law, how that on the Yom HaShabbat, or the Shabbat days, right, HaKohanim, the priests, in the temple, in the Heikal, profane. That's the word it says. He said, profane HaShabbat, and are blameless. What does he mean by profane? Babelo, right? To desecrate. According to, he's taking their argument, right? You know, right? And saying that, well, they are working, right? They're working. You're saying that we're just eating corn in the field, and that's work right there. Right. Well, then the priests, they've really profaned it, because they're offering, you know, they're getting all these sacrifices together, you know what I mean? Plus the daily sacrifice they're doing. But then there's a special sacrifice just for the Shabbat day. Right. And he says, but I say to you that in this place, this makom, this spot, see, Yaakov recognized, right? He recognized that in that spot, that place at Beitel, remember? Yaakov, right, when he dreamed the dream in that place and set up the howlet, the stela, the pillar, the matzeva, right? He said that in this place, this makom, right? You know, he did not know that Yahweh was in that spot. Now Yeshua says to them, I say to you that in this place, right, is greater than the temple, right? The one there is italicized. Let's just say one greater, but greater than the temple, right? But if y'all had known what this meaneth, right? I will have mercy and not sacrifice. Here he's quoting, right, from the scripts, you know, for I think the prophets right here. Y'all would not have condemned the guiltless. For, now this all leads to the point, everybody likes to quote this part, not everybody, but many people, many of us like to quote this part. For the Ben Adam, the Ben Ha'adam, right, the Son of Man, the human being, right, is Adon, is Lord, is Master, even of the Shabbat day, even of the Sabbath day, right there. Now, with that right there, and it says, and when he was departed, okay, so he stepped. They couldn't respond to this, you know. It was these 2 points here where he had them, you know, what they call it, dead to rights, so to speak, right? But the summing up right there that people tend to quote, right? Do they even know this part? Do they even understand the real logic, the reality of what Yeshua is saying? Right? This what shows that they were on that zeal, on that overzealousness, and they were actually cray-cray. Right there. But here, we have the reading, I think, from Brother Hezekiah here for day 6. Gonna ride up with that. Just wanted to zoom in on this right here because this is additional, the maftir from Numbers chapter 28, you know, verses 1 to 15 and verses 9 to 10 connects with what we have in Matthew chapter 12, you know, concerning the priests, right? Concerning what Yeshua says about the priests, right? How the priests, right, on the Shabbat days in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless. In truth, they're not profaning the Sabbath, they're following what is commanded. And therefore, in truth, Yeshua also is following what his Father, our Father, commanded. So, you know, more fire upon them. Yes.
Babylon burning. Babylon burning. Babylon burning. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Priest.
Blessed be Ab, Ubu, Manfactured, Adu, Amlak, Aman. Princess has come out of Egypt. Ethiopians now stretches forth their hands unto God. O God of Ethiopia, our divine majesty, thy spirit has come into our heart to dwell in the path of righteousness. Lead us. Help us to forgive that we must be forgiven. Teach us love, loyalty on earth as it is in Zion. Endure us with thy wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do thy will. Thy blessing to you, that the hungry be fed, the naked be clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. Deliver us from the hands of our enemies, that we may prove fruitful in these last days. When our enemies are past and decay, in the depths of the sea, in the depths of the earth, or in the bowels of a beast. Oh, give us all a place in thy kingdom forever. Selah. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Jah, thou art the strength and our Redeemer, that liveth and reigneth in the heart of man.
For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire.
Why, Lush, perfect, blessed, Moranaya.
Yes. So here we're in Wayagash, called Vayagash. From the Nagash, Nagus, Naga. Yeah, we'll touch on it, but Wayagash, and he drew near. Oh, interesting. The Arab is drawing near, right? And Nagash, the root of Vayagash is also to draw near. So how are they similar, but how are they different? Get some understanding, overstanding there. But here we are at the fourth book of Maccabees, here at chapter 6, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship to our fellow brother Chabarim, to Wyndham Ross, Hezekiah right here for the read from Maccabees, book 4 of Maccabees, chapter 6, Shema Yisrael.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
This reading will be 4 Maccabees, chapter 6. Brotherly bonds and a mother's love. And when this one also died a blessed death, being cast into the cauldron, the seventh son, the youngest of them all, came forward. But the tyrant, although fiercely exasperated by his brethren, felt pity for the boy, and seeing him there already bound, he had him brought near, and sought to persuade him, saying, Thou seest the end of the folly of thy brethren, for through their disobedience they have been racked to death. Thou too, if thou dost not obey, will thyself also be miserably tortured and put to death before thy time. But if thou dost obey, thou shalt be my friend, and thou shalt be advanced to high office in the business of the kingdom. And while thus appealing to him, he sent for the boy's mother, in order that in her sorrow for the loss of so many sons she might urge the survivor to obey and be saved. But the mother, speaking in the Hebrew tongue, as I shall tell later on, encouraged the boy, and he said to the guards, Loose me, that I may speak to the king and to all his friends with him. And they, rejoicing at the boy's request, made haste to loose him. And running up to the red-hot brazier, O impious tyrant, he cried, and most ungodly of all sinners, art thou not ashamed to take thy blessings and thy kingship at the hands of God? and to slay his servants and torture the followers of righteousness? For which things the divine justice delivers thee to a more rapid and eternal fire, and torments which shall not leave hold on thee to all eternity. Art thou not ashamed, being a man, O wretch with the heart of a wild beast, to take men of like feelings with thyself, made from the same elements, and tear out their tongues, and scourge and torture them in this manner? But while they have fulfilled their righteousness towards God in their noble death, thou shalt miserably cry, Woe is met for thy unjust slaying of the champions of virtue. And then standing on the brink of death, he said, I am no renegade to the witness borne by my brethren, and I call upon the God of my fathers to be merciful to my nation. And thee will he punish both in the present life and after that thou art dead. And with this prayer he cast himself into the red-hot brazier, and so gave up the ghost. If therefore the 7 brethren despise the torture even to the death, it is universally proved that the inspired reason is supreme lord over the passions. For if they had yielded to their passions or sufferings and eaten unclean meat, we should have said that they had been conquered thereby. But in this camp it was not so. On the contrary, by their reason, which was commended in the sight of God, they rose superior to their passions. And it is impossible to deny the supremacy of the mind, for they won the victory over their passions and their pain. How can we do otherwise than admit right reason's mastery over passion with these men who shrank not before the agonies of burning? For even as towers on harbor moles repulse the assaults of the waves and offer a calm entrance to those entering the haven, so the 7-towered right reason of the youth defended the haven of righteousness and repulsed the tempestuousness of the passions. They formed a holy choir of righteousness as they cheered one another on, saying, Let us die like brothers, O brethren, for the law. Let us imitate the 3 children at the Assyrian court who despised the same ordeal of the furnace. Let us not turn cravens before the proof of righteousness. And one said, Brother, be of good cheer, and another, bear it out nobly, and another, recalling the past. Remember of what stock ye are, and at whose father hand Isaac for righteousness' sake yielded himself to be a sacrifice. And each and all of them together, looking at each other, brightly and very boldly said, With the whole heart will we consecrate ourselves to God, who gave us our souls, and let us lend our bodies to the keeping of the law. Let us not fear him who thinketh he kills, for a great struggle and peril of the soul awaits in eternal torment those who transgress the ordinance of God. Let us then arm ourselves with divine reasons, mastery of the passions. After this, our passion, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, shall receive us, and all our forefathers shall praise us. And to each separate one of the brothers, as they were dragged off, those whose turn was yet to come said, Do not disgrace us, brother, nor be false to our brethren already dead. You are not ignorant of the love of brethren, whereof the divine and all-wise providence hath given an inheritance to those who are begotten through their fathers, implanting it in them even through the mother's womb, wherein brethren do dwell the like period, and take there from during the same time, and are nourished from the same blood, and are quickened with the same soul, and are brought into the world after the same space, and they draw milk from the same founts, whereby their fraternal souls are nursed together in arms at the breast, and they are knit yet closer through a common nurture and daily companionship and other education, and through our discipline under the law of God. The feeling of brotherly love Being thus naturally strong, the seven brethren had their mutual concord made yet stronger. For trained in the same law and disciplined in the same virtues, and brought up together in the upright life, they loved one another the more abundantly. Their common zeal for moral beauty and goodness heightened their mutual concord, for in conjunction with their piety, it rendered their brotherly love more fervent. But though nature, companionship, and their virtuous disposition increased the ardor of their brotherly love, nevertheless the surviving sons, through their religion, supported the sight of their brethren who were on the rack, being tortured to death. Nay, more, they even encouraged them to face the agony, so as not only to despise their own tortures, but also to conquer their passion of brotherly affection for their brethren. Reasoning minds more kingly than kings, than freemen more free, of the harmony of the seven brethren, holy and well attuned to the keynote of piety. None of the seven youths turned coward, none shrunk in the face of death, but all hastened to the death by torture, as if running the road to immortality. For as hands and feet move in harmony with the promptings of the soul, so those holy youths, as if prompted by the immortal soul of religion, went in harmony to death for its sake. O all holy sevenfold companionship of brethren in harmony. For as the 7 days of the creation of the world do enring religion, so did the youth choir like enring their sevenfold companionship, and made the terror of the tortures of no account. We now shudder when we hear of the suffering of those youths, but they, not only seeing it with their eyes, nor merely hearing the spoken, imminent threat, but actually feeling the pain, endured it through, and that in the torture by fire, than which what greater agony can be found? For sharp and stringent is the power of fire, and swiftly did it bring their bodies to dissolution. And think it not wonderful if with those men reason triumphed over the tortures, when even a woman's soul despised a yet greater diversity of pains. For the mother of the seven youths endured torments inflicted on each several one of her children. But consider how manifold are the yearnings of a mother's heart, so that her feeling for her offspring becomes the center of her whole world. And indeed, here even the irrational animals have for their young an affection and love similar to men's. For example, among the birds, the tame ones sheltering under our roofs defend their nestlings, and those that nest upon the mountain tops and in the rock clefts and in the holes of trees and in the branches, and hatch their young there, do also drive away the intruder. And then, if they be unable to drive him away, they flutter around the nestlings in a passion of love, calling to them in their own speech, and they give succor to their younger ones in whatever fashion they can. And what need have we of examples of the love of offspring among irrational animals, when even the bees, about the season of the making of the comb, fend off intruders and stab with their sting, as with a sword, those who approach their brood and do battle against them even to the death? But she, the mother of those young men, with a soul like Abraham, was not moved from her purpose by her affection for her children. That's the conclusion of 4 Maccabees, chapter 6. Give thanks and praise. See you here, the announcements again. Amen.
Give thanks. When the rise, Hezekiah. Give thanks, Rise Hezekiah, for the read right there. Fourth book of Maccabees, here for day 6. We have chapter 6 right there. Interesting examples of the birds, when Yahweh speaks about the eagle, the wings, renewing one's strength, and also concerning the bees, the comb, and the inner part of the Shoshanim, or what is called the six-pointed star, the honeycomb, that shape right there, looking at shapes, looking at signs. But right here, for this Maccabee, fighting holiday time, the signs of the season, days and years. But this is a good read, very, very good read. Hopefully we can unpack a lot of the powerful points on inspired reason. Inspired reason through the Torah. Inspired reason through Torah. Very, very good read right there. Here. I mentioned about religion. There's a context, right, that respectfully in the King of Kings way we defend right here. We have 2 little tunes right here. Let's actually play this one right here. A little bit of Linville Tom. Is it Linville Thompson? What was the tune right here? Yeah, Linville Thompson. He's the one that does the Maccabee tune. This one here is called Rastafari is My Religion. Check it in the Maccabee context.
I am the conquering Lion of Judah. Stand up with me, Jah. Rastafari is my religion. Natty dreadlocks is my culture. And no one can take it away from me. If I'm eating a slice of bread, I'm gonna share it with my friends. If I am drinking a cup of tea, I'm gonna share it with my brethren. The conquering Lion of Judah is always traveling with dreadlocks men, travel with the Rasta man, travel with the Naya Bengi. Dreadlocks is my culture, Rastafari is my religion, and no one can take it from me. No care how they try and they try. Live up good with Naya Bengi, and don't try to so funny at all. Live up good with Naya man, and don't try to keep him back. I'm gonna sit it up in a Babylon. I'm gonna sit it up in a Africa. I'm gonna sit it up in a Nigeria. And I have been this time. And I have been this time. The conquering Lion of Judah. He know that we are so strong. The power of Jah will always guide me. Just stand up for me some more. Don't let the wicked keep me down. Rastafari is my religion, and dreadlocks is my culture. No care what they do, they can take it from me. A dreadlocks is my culture, and Rastafari is my religion.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel? Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians? Are ye not as children of the children of the Ethiopians? Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, saith the Lord.
Yes. So here we're in this 11th sabbatical study, right? 11th sabbatical study here, heading into the real or fake Gregorian New Year. Here. I'd like to share just a couple of words. I know there's a lot of talk about religion, right? Religion, Is it religious? Are we religious? Is it religion? No, it's not religion. And religio. How often have you heard religio? Religio, right? Meaning holding back or tying back. In the good sense or the positive sense of the word, right? The objective, let me put it like this, the objective sense, right? In an objective sense of the word, right? Tying back to that which is of your culture, your tradition, or your people, right? The Romans have their thing. Each nation, group, and people, even families, have particular things that families do. Oh, hail up. Yes, Shalom Mishpacha, Lone Wolf, Lion Cub, right there, and all the Chaverim, right? Talmudim, fellow disciples, right here, brothers and sisters, and the righteous amongst the nations, that have faith in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. But here, let's touch on religion just quickly right here. We have a psalm. Yes, we have a psalm. We have this 11th sabbatical study. Might have some time to touch on it here, but we definitely will pick up on it, Yah willing, as we move forward in the Shabbat. So here, day 6, moving into day 7. And it's 8 days of the Maccabee fight, the Chanukah light, relighting the light of faith. So how it applies to us is relighting the light of faith, recognizing the temple, right? What they did for the temple and the altar, recognizing that the tabernacle is a tabernacle of man. It's an object lesson. So when we look at the tabernacle in the Moshe time, tabernacle of Dawid, and that upgrade there, we come to the temple time of Shlomo, Solomon, King Solomon, the first and second temples. Why do we have 2 temples? The first and the second temples right there, and then coming to the fulfillment, the Brit Chadashah sense, right? That temple, that tabernacle, that pattern. Moshe was told to see that you do all things according to the pattern. So pattern recognition is very, very important. But for us, in this time, we apply it, right, in the Brit Chadashah sense, right? Like relivicating. Some might say rededicating or livicating, reinitiating, especially here in this darker time of the year, right? Where there's less light, there's longer nights, the winter moons, like, lighting the light, heating up the light, fighting the fight, right? Resisting assimilation, as they did into the Greek system of things, and we may say today the Greco-Roman system, the Western, the Gentile system of things, like, for example, with so-called Christ Mass Christmas, right? If it's to observe the birth of Christ, right, well, then that is good, but then where does Santa Claus, Christmas tree and mistletoe and all these things, they come from other gods' worship. So we seek to separate from those things and fight that fight and resist getting assimilated in those things. So here they're talking about New Year's, real or fake, right? Now we just had our New Year's as per the Rosh Hashanah, right? After the feasts and the festivals, the 3 times in the year, we go through 3 feasts and festivals in the 7 months, the 7 moons in season. We come to this time of out of season, the beginning of what is called the kingdom year. And of course, Melkam Adis Amet, are you not as the children of Ethiopia, and the children of Israel? Right there. So just applying it to our own way and liberty is a good time to apply it to our hearts and minds, the Holy Spirit in our tabernacle, recognizing the tabernacle in the Brit Chadashah through a new and a living way that He has consecrated for us, set apart for us, right, through the veil, that is to say His flesh in spirit and in truth. So resist the assimilation into the Babylon, hive mind, Borg mentality, right, of the world, flesh, satanic seclorum. But here, just a couple of words here on religion. Now, religion, I hear even some Israelites will say, King James Bible, the King James Version, yes, it's about what the Bible says. And then they'll say this about religion, that about religion. And many of them don't go deep enough. As one brother, he'll up Fates and Gates, this brother that does some things that we do agree with, he's a zeal, but there's a lot of knowledge there, some things that they do, right? Something he said that I was about to share right here, but it'll come to I right here. Yeah. they're too vague. They're too vague. He uses this phrase, like being too vague, right? In a vague sense, you might agree, but what they say, what's in the detail, right? Divinity is in the detail, or the devil, right? Acts of the Apostles, chapter 26, verse 5, right? Just want to touch on a couple of these religion verses right here, right? It says, who, not which, fire upon a witch, but who knew me, right? Who knew me. Now, we advocate utilizing the King James Version the study way, right? To study, to show ourselves approved. But we do point out the errors and flaws, right? But when compared to the others, it is a better study tool, but the others can be used as a point of reference. Just I advise, who knew me from the beginning, if they would testify that after the most straightest sect of our religion, I lived a Pharisee. This is Brother Rabbi Shaul, a.k.a. the Apostle Paul. But we're looking at the words, right? Religion is used in two senses in the KJV Bible. We need to understand this. Here we have the G2356, right? Now, in the context of the scripture, we should be going to this word, right? And say, well, keep that religio thing over there, but what's your Thracekia? You have a Thracekia, right? Thracekia, what's Thracekia? Nobody talking about Thracekia. What's Thracekia? I don't know Thracekia. Well, it is the root behind the web page, of the KJV translations. That the root word. Here they say religious worship, right? In the context of especially external, that which consists in ceremonies, right? One says, well, rites or rituals, ceremonies, right? Now, ceremonies do have a role. They very much do. But you'll see a lot of things just be all about ceremonies. It's all about like a show. It's like there's no substance there. Imagine happy birthday, so to speak, right? We're not into a birthday person at that level. I think the birthday is the Mother's Day, really, because she's the one who gave birth, right? But give thanks to God and to your mother and all that helped you be born, right? But the ceremonies, right? Imagine you have a day like a so-called birthday, just for example, right? And they say, ready for the cake? You're like, yeah, ready for some cake, right? And they just bring out a whole bunch of what they call it again? The word slips me right now. The topping on the cake. No cake. There's no bread there, right? But it's all what's that called again? The icing. Imagine they call it ice, right? Anyway, the icing. It's not really ice, but we don't have a problem with that, right? Right? We say, give us the icing, but this is really ice. Well, it looks like ice. Even the chocolate one looks like ice. Anyway, so the icing, but there's no cake there, right? So, make sure all things be done decently and in order. So here it says religious. We say really just, right? Really just, right? The Rhema word for us is really just, really righteous, right? That lead to right choices, right? That lead to life, right? And good, right? The right choice discipline, right? Here it brings it down as observance, a sense of ceremony, observance, getting down to Thraskos. Thraskos in the Koine Greek is like reverencing, right? Respecting, worshiping, right? You see the trembling. Now this is like the Hebrew word yare, yerat. Yerat Elohim is probably the yera is the closest connection. When it says the fear of the Lord, in English translation, the fear of the Lord, the reverence, the respect, the reverential trust and respect, that sense right there, right? So here, ceremonious. So we keep seeing the word ceremonious, pious, piety. Now notice we get down to this, get to this root right here, right? So we can get the general idea, right? Religious, ceremonial observances, right? And Paul is testifying that he lived as a Pharisee, right? Pharisee. Galatians 1:13 says, for y'all have heard my conversation. Now, conversation, people think is chat, talk, right? Here the word is anastrophe, right? Anastrophe, right? What is anastrophe, right? Anastrophe or full voice anastrophe, right? Anastrophe is manner of life, conduct, behavior, deportment, almost like how you carry yourself, your behavior is your conversation. Check that right there, because we're looking at it from an English Gentile view. We might think that, oh, well, conversations, or I don't like his conversation. What you mean? You know how he talked. No, conversation here in the scripture sense is like how he walked, right? In that sense, right? For y'all have heard my conversation of my behavior. You know how I conducted myself in time past in the Yehudi religion. Now notice the term here is Jews' religion. He says how that beyond measure, I persecuted the church. Interesting, he says beyond measure. That means that perhaps there's a certain amount of rightful, persecution, prosecution of that which is wrong and evil. But he says beyond measure, I persecuted the church of Elohim and wasted it, right? And wasted it, all right? Let's see this word right here. Okay, and wasted it. And let's go down here. Just wanted to look at the pursued, persecuted. It has the same Hebrew sense right there. But let's look at the word Jews' religion. Because not really religion, but it's eudaismos. You know what the word comes down to? Eudaismos. It's come down to the word. Here where we get the word in the English, later English sense of Judaism. Right? The word Judaism comes from this sense, Ayudaismos. Ayuda, Judah, Ayudaismos. So you see the ISMOS, right? They take off the OS and they keep you with the ism, right? But there's a deeper meaning in the Koine Greek than the ism, schism that we get in the English sense, right? Say your definition says the Yehudi, the Judean, the Judahite, right? Ha-Yehudim, the Emunah, admittance, the faith. What they bore witness is true, what they credited in, and their worship, right? The religion of the Yehudim or the Jews, right? And in this sense, Ayudaismos is what we call in English transliteration and speech, Judaism. Ayudaismos. It's a twofold, two-part word, right? Ayudaismos. Strong's bringing out right there the Yehudi faith. So actually, it was to say the Yehudi faith, but in the Greek, being brought into the Greek understanding, we get the word Ayudaismos, and then the latter-day Gentiles coming from their Greco-Roman roots, right? They continue from their roots. They call it Judaism, but actually meant the Yehudi faith, right? Ayudaizo, right? Ayudaizo, right? What is Ayudaizo? To adopt Yehudi customs, rights, to imitate the Yehudi. That's the sense of the Judaize, right? To become a Judean. Right, so ones who are not born Judeans, but liked or respected, reverenced the way of Yehudi. This is where we get the, the convert, the conversion kind of idea. Ayudaios, right, is like ones who belong, right, to that nation, right. It respects to birth, right, origins. That you were born there, like a native. You're a native to that, right? Ayudan, Judean, and Yehuda, right, or Yehudi. This is where we get the sense. But let's get the Ayudaismos. Let's see, do they have the second part of it? No, they don't have the second part, but the Ismos right there is an interesting sense right there. So what he's saying here, he's saying, in my time past in what we would call today Judaism, or in my time past in the tribe of Judah, the way the tribe of Judah worships. Remember, the tribe of Judah was the last really one standing. The 10 tribes were already gone, and the last one standing in the covenant was the tribe of Judah. But then again, when he was born, wasn't said by his mother Leah and by his father Yaakov and even by Moshe, you know what I mean? That Yahweh will hear Judah, and Judah, you are he who your brethren shall praise, celebrate. Yehuda means celebrate. Doesn't really mean Yah praises. Because I ask you a question, who does Yah praise? It doesn't mean praise Yah either. It means that he is praised. He is celebrated. That's why it says his brothers shall come down and they will bow, right? They will bow before him, right? Effectively, reverence him as royalty, right? In a simple sense, worship, but not in divine sense, but the fact that you are the one that would be continuing the divine way. So it's like a prophecy of Judah that we see in the New Testament time, that almost everything is Yehudi, is Judah or Jew. Right? Because of that, right? They had overcome, they had prevailed, right? So sometimes we come across things that might read Jew or Judah in text translation, and we might want to replace it with Israel. That's almost like taking the name in vain in that sense. All right, that's like making yourself feel good in your ignorance, right? Where it says Yehuda or Yehudi to say Jew, it is correct. It's Judean. All right, you have to give the props to Yehuda, as Mama said and Papa said and even Moshe said. All right, and we done see right there that they kept the way going, because Judah wasn't there. If Judah didn't return, if Judah didn't come out of Babylon, the black Jews of the tribe of Judah, there would be nothing there for Moshiach, Yeshua. Right, according to that prophecy. And one thing that Yahweh does is make sure he fulfills his word. Word up. Galatians 1:14. And here again he says, this is 5 of these entries. And he says here again, right, Rabbi Shaul, aka Hashliach Paulos, the apostle, the Shaliach Paul, and profited. He's speaking of himself, he's testifying, right? Right? He's not pleading the fifth. He's just testifying. He didn't plead the fifth. It's straightforward, right? He said he profited in Judaismos. He profited in Judaismos, right? In the Yehudi faith, worship, religion of the tribe of Judah, of the Judeans, right? Above many of my equals in mine own nation, being more exceedingly zealous. So here, when he says above measure persecuted, notice his language. He wasn't just zealous. Zeal with knowledge is good, but he was exceedingly zealous of the traditions. The paradoses, giving up, giving over, the act of giving up, giving over, right? Giving over, right? That is done by word of mouth or in writing, tradition by instruction, narrative, the precepts. You know, the greater body of the teaching, the body of precepts, especially the rites and rituals, right, from the scholars of Torah, right, who have gone through this and reasoned on this and sometimes have discovered, you know, the connection of scripture with scripture, right? Of course, it's like Talmud, generally speaking. People will burn out Talmud for some things, but there's some things there. It's just a compendium of the good, the bad, and the ugly, so to speak, right? That teachers before, right, scholars before. Imagine if we take all the different Christian denominations and different, you know, forms of Christ worship, and we get a list of subjects, and we say, what does this one say? What does that one say? What does the next one say? Would it all agree? Of course it wouldn't, all right? But it'll be an excellent point of reference. It'll be an excellent testimony, evidence, right? So the opinion of the latter Yehudi were orally delivered by Moshe, and then it goes into all of this and that. But just to give you an idea, right? The sense of the reverence, the worship, the transmission, what has been transmitted. It's like now we talk about who we are as a people, and we see what sort of resources written before, right? Or scrolls, right, that have been written. You know, that are like outside the matrix, like say Ethiopian scrolls going back, you know, thousands, hundreds to thousands of years, all right? And also Yehudi scrolls among different Jewish communities, so-called Ashkenazi, but also we get like the Sephardi. Also we have other people, the Lemba Yehudi, you know what I mean? The Beta Israel of Ethiopia, you know, even the ones in India, and as far as China, and even I think China definitely, we know there's a community. Japan also has a kind of an Israelite link right there. But here, once again, the two words, Thraiskia and Ayudaismo. All right? So let's scroll down here, all right, to, this is James. JS is for James. In the Hebrew, Yaakov, Jacob, right? 1:26. If any man among you seem to be religious, notice the word here, Thraskos, right? Seems to be fearing, right? Worshiping in the sense of fearing, trembling. This is where we get the sense in translation of fear. The fear of the Lord was the beginning of wisdom, right? The reverence of Yahweh, the respect, the reverence, right, of he who he be is the beginning of wisdom, right? So if anyone seems to be one who reverence Yahweh, right? And based on his conduct and act, you know, certain things are in conformity with what Yah says to do. Or they keep the Sabbath, they eat kosher, so forth and so on. Just use that as an example, right? If any man among you seem to be religious, really just, and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's, here we have religion again, right? Thraiskeia, right? Thraiskeia. His religious worship, notice what it says, especially external. right? Because that's what we see. Okay, he wears fringes, he keeps the Sabbath, he do certain things, we see it, right? External. Now, it doesn't mean that there's nothing internal, right? There's that which truly leads to that which is eternal, but we just don't know, right? We can check his mouth, right, by how he speaks. Religious discipline, really just, righteous discipline. So we have thrace kea, right? The thrace kea sense, and then the iudismal sense. James here says this in verse 26, and then in verse 27, he says this. Here's the key, right? So we have to be wise of how we react. We shouldn't be so reactionary anyway, right? Be more proactive. Study is more proactive. James chapter 1, verse 27. Here it says pure religion. Okay, what's the word for religion? Thrace kea, right? Religious worship. In other words, how we conduct ourselves. How we observe, right? There's ceremonies that we do together, and there's certain ceremonies, certain rites, right? That which is right to do, right? But here it says pure religion. The fact it says pure religion? Some people tell you all religion. That sounds a little foolish. That sounds like one who doesn't really reverence Yahweh, right? Or his word, right? Because pure, no, what it says? It says pure. Right? That means that according to the writer and anyone who's intelligent enough to read and understand the basics, if there's pure, right? If I say pure love is such and such and such, that will let you know that there's other love, but the other love may not be necessarily pure, maybe impure. Check. Pure religion, right? Pure what? Thrace kea, right? Reverence of Yah, and undefiled. Before Lifnei Elohim, that's where it matters, right? Before him, right? And the Father, or Elohim Ha'av, Elohim, the Father, is this. To do what? What is the pure, right? Thrace kea? To visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction. And, right, to keep himself unspotted from the world, unspotted, spotless, free from censure, from reproach, right? Free from vice, unsullied, the sense of unblemished, right? Unblemished. Like don't get that stain on your psychological, spiritual garments, right? With the world, with the cosmos, with the seclorum, with the, arrangement of things. Be in the world, not of the world. So here we give you 5 verses. These are the only 5 verses from the KJV version in the 400+ year Bible, the King James Version, where we have religion in 2 senses. Notice how they do that? They give us 1 word in English, but what they was translating from, there's 2 words. You see how the confusion can confuse those who probably, no doubt, already in this confused world are even just a little, if not more confused. So here, the 2 senses right here, of this right here. Now, we're going to pick up with this right here, but let's share our second tune right here, all right, on religion, all right? Because some Rastafari or Rastas today may be like, oh, it's not a religion, da, 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 da. And then they say, well, the King of Kings, Selassie, God and King. And then the translation would say religion, something he's speaking about. So how do we reconcile all this, see all that's nonsense, right? Let's study to show ourselves approved, right? Be proactive, right? Study to show ourselves approved. Don't be reactionary, right? Overreactionary. Here, this is Rasta Man chant right here. It's like a Bob Marley and the Wailers BMW, little something. It's called Rastafari is my religion. Something I want you to check right here. I will.
Did I hear the words of the Rastaman say? Hear the words of a Rastaman say. Babylon, your throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, your throne gone down. Then I hear the words of the higher man say. Babylon, your throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, your throne gone down. Then I hear the angel with the seven seals saying, Babylon, your throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, your throne gone down. I say fly away home to Zion. I say fly away home to Zion. Jump is the first sound. My foreparents used to send out message within the hall sound. Go with the drum. That's the first sound. That's before an electrical device. Our foreparents used to use that. You know? Send message to one another. You see? Communicate with each other. It's just the drum. Yeah, man. You see? Well, so good to read that song, you know.
Music and the church and the glory. The nature and glory of the church. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, this man was born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her. And the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count when he writeth that this man was born there. As well, the singers, as declared, an instrument shall be here. All my praise are
Jah
Rastafari.
Jah
Rastafari.
Jah
Rastafari.
Yes, 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 yes. A BMW, Bob Marley and the Wailers right there. And some of the brethren are reason, play the drums, give thanks and praise. You know, in the Psalms, there's a expression, be a nigi note, be a nigi note. Sometimes enunciated as bingi note, bingi note, bingi note, the bingi, the harps. Actually refers to the harps right there in the Hebrew, you know, on the harps. And what did the man them say? You know, the Psalms, going to the Psalms, read the Psalms. You know, reading of Psalms. And the Psalms there connected with the Zion. And we like to link this here with Psalm 87, verse 4, right, which speaks about Zion, right, Yah's world center, right, the center of Yah's world, his kingdom, his government, Zion. Then the connection with great King David, Dawid, right? So there we can see many of the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, some of the roots, you know, the roots of the matter. Reminds me of the greeting, right? Some of the themes that are, for lack of a better expression, very Judaic, a very Hebraic right there, right? And the essence is like the essence of true Ayudaismos, you know, in the Thrace Kia. But right here.
Foundation is in the whole of mountains. Jehovah the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things have been spoken of the O city of God. I'll make mention to Rahab and Babylon to them that know I. With the old Philistine Tyre, with Ethiopia, it shall be said that this man was born there. And the highest himself shall establish the earth. Jah Rastafari.
Psalm 87, verse 4. Now here, today's daily psalm means more Kof Aleph. Kof Aleph. Kof Aleph. According to the Hebrew Aleph numerics, others call it Alpha. Alpha, because they're coming from the Greek, from the Hebrew Aleph numerics. Right? According to the Hebrew Aleph numerics, Kof, the Hebrew letter Kof, 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 right? Has that, I call that African, that Afro-Semitic click right there, you know, the clicker, right? The special K. Special K is actually Q, right? The Kof, Kof. I think I noticed about the Q that makes it a little challenging of some of the Hebrews and the Israelites. When we see it in the word, right, we tend to say it as a qua, because in English, the Q is always associated with you. Have you noticed that? The Q in English is always associated with the U sound, right? Can you show me the Q somewhere in English where it has a regular vowel behind it? You know what I mean? We don't really find it in English, you know, Western Gentile and English words. It's a little something there. So when we see a Q, right, in transliteration, right, for a word, right, we tend to quar it, right? Like, for example, to seek is bakash, right? Bakash, modern Hebrew, vakesh, vakesha, but bakash, right? Bakash, bakesh, right? But when we see that, we'll say bakwash, qua. You know what I mean? Because that's because of the subliminal, right? Other mother language, right? The other mother language, the English, the Western Gentile, you know, because when we see Q, right, anywhere, most places, it's associated in the English language, right? But that's not so with the Hebrew. But here, today's daily psalm needs more kof, not quaff, right? But kof, aleph, right? Psalm 100, having a numerical value of 100, kof, and aleph, first letter of the Hebrew, alpha, right, or aleph bait, right, Hebrew aleph bait, right? So here, today's daily psalm is theme an ideal kingship. an ideal kingship, right? An ideal kingship. It's also themed here. We have the K and D open right here, Colin DeLeach, Psalm 101, Psalm 101, right? Because O is not a letter, right? Psalm 101, Psalm 101, Mizmor Kof Aleph, Psalm CI, Psalm 101, right? is themed a prince's song, right? Prince's song. Just a couple of highlights right here. A prince's song, right? It's interesting right here because there's a story right here that my eye just glanced on it that relates that he sent an unfaithful minister was sent a copy of Psalm 101, right? 101, right? And that it became a proverb, like a principal proverb in the country that when an official had done anything wrong, he will certainly soon receive, he will Kabbalah, right? He will receive, right? The prince's psalm to read, right? The prince's psalm to read. It's also themed, this is another theme of today's daily psalm and why this is important. We'll connect the dots. Some of you already know, right? Because you studied the coronation, the Negus and Neges, the Kedashe, right, of the anointing and crowning, right? Here is themed David's mirror, David's mirror, right? It's called David's mirror, or the mirror, right? David's mirror of a monarch, David's mirror of a monarch. And this is also keenly significant, right? Are you not asked right here, concerning David?
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
Amen, amen. And then remember the verse in Zechariah, the prophet Zechariah, remembrance of Yah, the male. Zakar means to remember as a verb, but as a noun, Zakar means male, opposite of female. So in Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8, it says, in the house of David shall be as
the Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, 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 Judah, even in Jerusalem, 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 even in Jerusalem. The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, even in Jerusalem. The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah, against themselves, against themselves, against themselves, against themselves, against themselves, against themselves, against. In that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. And the house of David shall be as God, 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 as the angel of the Lord before them, before them, before them, before them, before them, before them, before them.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
So the reason why today's daily psalm, Psalm 101, is important is because this is a coronation, anointing day and crowning day psalm of the Rastafari, speaking of the man-child, Lich Tafari growing up, the Rastafari Mekonin, Negus Tafari, aka Kadamawi Haile Selassie, November 2nd, acceptable year of Yahuwah in 1930, right? So this psalm is a psalm that His Majesty, recited, right, as a, how can you say, as an ideal, right, of that particular kingship, Right there. Oh, was that audible there from Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8? Let me just share the likeness audible. This right here comes from a document called, I think, Hidden Empire. But hear this here.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, to the lion, to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, divine being to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, to the kings of Israel, and at times to God, and at times to God, and at times to God himself.
And at times to God himself, as the house of David shall be as God before them. Right there. So here we have a prince's psalm, also David's mirror of a monarch, and the word sound from the psalms uttered by the Rastafari. Right? Kadamawi Haile Selassie, Coronation Day. Can there be any more appropriate motto? Right, for it than what is said of Yahweh, of Jehovah's government, right? So this connection right here, right, an echo out of the heart of Dawid, out of the heart of David, greater son right there. And that's also a connection. Notice that with David, this is an important aspect right here where it says the psalm before us belongs to the time during that the ark, Ha-Aron, in the Hebrew Ha-Aron, the Aron, the ark, or the Tabot, Ethiopically, was in the house of Obed-Edom, right, where David had left it behind through terror. David was in terror, right, at the misfortune of Uzzah. David had said at that time, at that hour, according to 2 Shemuel, 2 Samuel 6 and 8, how shall the ark of Yahweh come to me? Right, to me, like the unholy one, like what had happened. Uzzah tried to steady the ark, right? That was on I think, was it an oxen cart? I don't think it was a donkey cart. I think it was an oxen, they were carrying it on a cart, and it seemed to like shake, like it was going to fall off, and he tried to stabilize it, and he got split, right? Peretz, Uzzah, right? He got split. Right, some charge came out and killed him and split his body, and David was in terror. And David left the ark at Obed, the servant of Edom's house, Obed-Edom. Right. Well, David got to learn before he could bring it up to Sion that by studying Torah, as Dawid did do, right, that the ark was not to be carried on a cart but on the shoulders, right, of those priests, right, and then he was able to bring it forward. Right? He did not venture to bring the ark of the fearful, the dreadful, Hakadosh, the Holy One, within the range of his own house. So in our psalm here, however, he gives utterance to his determination as Melech, as king, to give earnest heed to the sanctity, the set apartness of his walk, of his halakha shelo, right? His halakha, his walk, of his rule, and of his house. And this resolve he brings before Yahweh as a vow. So this psalm is like a vow. So His Majesty Rastafari, Negustafari, reading this and uttering this, proclaim this, becomes his vow. To whom, in regard to the rich baraka, right, that the ark of Elohim diffuses around it. 2 Samuel 6:11, he longingly sighs, when wilt thou come to I? Right? So checking the historical narrative in Shemuel and Samuel, right, what we have here in today's daily psalm, right? He brings it, to Sion, to Zion, to his castle, and there's the Zion connection. There we have the Ark connection. There we have the David connection. There we have the monarchy connection. And David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David, who renewed the kingdom of David in the tops of the mountains. And Psalm 87 verse 4 says, In Cush Zeyulad Sham, with Ethiopia, Cush, this one was born there. So many commentators agreed that the psalm, right, this psalm here, Mizmor Kof Aleph, right, that we have the utterance of a king who formulates the principles or the principles that will guide him in his reign, in his rulership. As such, it sets forth an ideal. This is the ideal of the throne. right? That is on the highest plane, at the highest height, at the Elyon, the most high heights, right? Centuries ago, as we mentioned, it was given the title of the Prince's Psalm. So even here we say the Rosh's Psalm, the Melech Psalm, right? The Negus, even the Negus Neges Psalm. And also as the mirror for magistrates, the mirror for judges, the mirror for magistrates. There's a poignant question at the opening. What's that question that also connects with 2 Shemuel, I think 6:11, right? Oh, when will thou come to I? When will you come to I? Right? Into I. Be one with I and I as one, right? Receives its most pointed explanation on the hypothesis, so to speak, that the Mizmor, the psalm, was composed by David at the beginning of his reign, the beginning of his rule. His ardent, his fervent, his zealous wish, desire, right, was to install the TorahHaftarahBrit, the Ark of the Covenant, the Tabot, captured, right, or in a sense, captured, yes, from the Philistines, recaptured from the Philistine, the Peleshet, the Palestinians, the Philistines in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem. As we mentioned, there was the untoward incident, the death of Uzzah, right? That frustrated his first attempt, right? So he tried once and got frustrated by the death of Uzzah, the Peretz Uzzah, right? To realize that hope, that expectation. This had filled him with dread, right? And fear and dread, and caused him to exclaim, as we mentioned in 2 Samuel 6 and 9, right? 6 and 9, right? And also 6 and 11, right? 9 and 11, verse 9 and 11 of chapter 6, right? 2 Samuel. He exclaimed, how shall the ark, right? The Aron of Yahweh come to me, come to I. So his sha'ela, right? His sha'al, his question, his ask, right? David's ask, it implied that before, right, Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, and Zion, right, his fortress, his castle, the seat of the Messiah, anointed Davidic government, could have the privilege of housing, before it could have the privilege of housing Ha-Aron, the Tabot, the Ark, the city must be made fit for its reception by a thorough eradication of evil. His purpose in making this reformation, so there's a reformation, is voiced in the Mizmor. Many ones noted that even this had occurred with His Imperial Majesty at that time leading up to the coronation, November 2nd, 1930. There was a lot of building, construction, a lot of things were upgraded, were improved. A lot of improvements went on right there, right? So this interpretation, this Targum, in the Hebrew Targum, in the Amharic Targum interpretation, also explains why it was included immediately after the Ascension Psalms, right? We have Psalms that are called the Ascension Psalms, right? Zion, right? Zion could only become a fitting resting place for Ha-Aron. And here we apply it here in the Rhema, the prophetic word, right? And it says, are you not as the children of Ethiopia and me, or children of Israel, with Ethiopians and Imperial Majesty, right? That Zion could only become a fitting resting place, the African, the Ethiopian Zion, right, for Ha-Aron after the city, right, here applying to even Addis Ababa, or before called Finfene, had been cleansed of all unrighteousness as the earth. So in cleansing Zion, for example, right, this would expand the fullness of prophecy to cleansing the earth, the earthly plane. As the earth, the earthly plane, could only become the kingdom, the Malkut Elohim, the kingdom of Elohim, when wickedness, when ratchetness, right, ratchet choiceness, when ratchetness had been eliminated. So here, today's daily psalm, we have Mizmor Kof Aleph, right, Psalm 101, an ideal kingship, right, and even the connection here, the Rhema word with the King of Kings of Ethiopia, you know, and this is why right? Another reason why, right, this is so revelatory.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And that quote there in Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8, speaking about the house of David and how the house of David shall be as God, shall be as Elohim. You know, very, very, you know, interesting connection, you know, right there, because it says in that same quote, it says, bring that up, Chan. Okay, yeah. It says in that same quote that in Jerusalem, right? Remember that the fascists, the Babylonians, the Romanists, you know, the fascist invasion, you know, weapons of mass destruction, you know, had come in, right? You know, man seeking to prevail against the Almighty, and that man that he has made strong for himself. He went to what? He went to Jerusalem. He went to Jerusalem. Remember the link where his master goes to Jerusalem? So even in that clip or that verse 12 and 8, right, of Zechariah, you can see how that is also fulfilled, right? That is also fulfilled. But there, right? Let's touch on this right here. It's little but Talawa is small, but very great, very important. And even this time and season of the Maccabee fighting holiday, here, we have verses 1 to 2. The king's longing for Elohim's presence, his perception. It's interesting that the first proclaimer, truly, of Rastafari and Kedaman Haile Selassie, right, of the Rastafari, one of the first, right, we have Reverend James Morris Webb that we've been showing as well in some of the stills right there. Reverend James Morris Webb, the so-called Chicago, some say mystic, but that Reverend there, he said, look to Africa where black man will be crowned king. In him, you will find the Redeemer, right? In him, you will find the Redeemer, right? You know, so the Lion, right, of Judah with the lamb, right, that lamb within, right? So right here, the longing, the king's longing, the Melech, even the Nagus and Nagas, the longing for Elohim's presence, right? Elohim's face, his presence, right? Verses 3 to 4, he will shun, so the king, as part of his vow of these principles, right, these principles that will guide him in his reign, he will shun everything that is base or profane. In verses 5 to 6, his ministers, his servants, right, his servants must be righteous, right, must make the right choice and be righteous. With His Majesty's rule and reign, you know what I mean? You know, that kind of, that temporary manifestation, right, of the eternal kingdom, right? What's interesting is that you get some generation of those righteous ones up until we get the generation that ain't right, right? You know, the careless generation, you know, towards like 70, moving towards 74, 75. But before, we do get some shining examples of those ministers, right? Those ministers, right, being righteous, right? Verses 7 to 8, we get this, the conclusion part. He will purge Jerusalem. Also, Lalabella, right, has another name, Adesiti2 Jerusalem, right? New Jerusalem, right? He will purge Jerusalem, right, of the wicked, of the ratchet, right? So right here, let's touch on today's daily psalm right here. Okay, looking at the time. Let's see if we can put this in right here on the board just to get a here, right? A first here, and then we'll go through the verse by verse, right? Yeah, right here.
Psalm 101.
Mizmor Kuf Aleph, Le David Mizmor.
I will sing of mercy and judgment.
Chesed u'mishpat Ashira.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה, 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 אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים, 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 תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? Come unto me, come unto me, come unto me.
מתי תבוא אליי, 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 אליי? אתהלך, אתהלך, אתהלך,
I will walk,
אתהלך,
I will walk, I will walk.
אתהלך, 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 אתהלך.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart, perfect heart, perfect heart, perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Anointing coronation. Yeah, we should call it the anointing coronation, because that aspect often gets kind of forgotten, right, or not put into the context, and that's the technical right there. That fulfills the anointed aspects or the Messiah aspects on the David aspect. So we know the King of Kings, you know, Christ, his testimony in Jesus Christus, Yeshua HaMoshiach, right? That's the King's Highway right there, you know, and that's the core in spirit and in truth of that right choiceness, that righteousness, right? Hear ye, Rastas. Hear ye, Rastafari. Hear ye all. So right here, let's go to these verses right here, already in the grace period of this right here. So perhaps we should do this. Let's actually do this before we move up with this. Just a little technical on the background right here. Bring that
there, put that there like that. All right. Hopefully we're still being heard. Let's seal this up right here. Right. Whoa. All right. Are we still being heard? We're still being heard, yes? Still being heard? Okay, yeah, okay, here, right there, the monitor. Okay, here we go. So today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Aleph, right? Mizmor Kof 100 Aleph 101, right? Verses 1 to 2. Here, let's do this as our trad is. Compare the scriptures here. So here we're in the Aleph verse, right? Aleph verse, right? Let's see if we can we highlight the Aleph? Okay, you see what it says Aleppo? The Hebrew letter there, that's Aleph right there. The first verse, right? A psalm of Dawid, a psalm of David. I will sing of mercy and judgment. To thee, O Yahweh, will I sing. Here, the Ivrit, Le Dawid Mizmor. Le for David or of David Mizmor, a chant. Le Dawid Mizmor. Chesed mishpata ashira lecha Yahuwah azamera. Yahuwah azamera. I would chant azamera, zamar, mizmor, right? Psalm or chant. Lid Dawid mizmor, a chant of David, of the beloved. Chesed mishpata. Chesed, brought out as mercy, right? Mishpat, and justice or judgment. Mercy, loving kindness, chesed, and mishpat, and judgment. Ashira, I will sing. It has a sense in the Hebrew like let me sing. It can have a sense of let me sing. Come, let me sing, right? Of mercy
and judgment. Chesedu mishpat ashira leka, le for ka, right? The suffix, right? The suffix for the I, male. So here, speaking directly to he who be, who ye be. Chesedu mishpat ashira leka, Yahuwah. Azamera. I will chant. Let me chant. So let me sing and let me chant. Ashira, Azamera. Ashira, Azamera. What do we have right here? I will sing. Ashira. So we have Ashira right here, right? From the root word shore and sheer. This is the root word. He sung, right? He sing, right? So Ashira, 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 Ashira. I will sing. Let me sing, right? I will extol virtues, right? Virtue, actually, another word for virtue is strength. When Yeshua said that someone has touched me, because the woman with the hemorrhage, right, of the blood, had touched the tzitzit, right, touched the fringe, right, the fringes of his garment. He said some virtue had gone out of me, some strength, right, some strength, power, virtue. So here he says, I will extol of the virtue, the strengths of mercy, right, of chesed, right, and of mishpat, right, mishpat, judgment, the act of deciding a case, the place, the court, the seat, the process, the procedure, the cause. It's like sentence, like judgment. Mishpat is like, more correctly, like judgment. In Psalm 89, around about verse 14, verse 15, it says, righteousness and justice are the foundation of thy throne. Mercy and truth go before thee. Righteousness, right choiceness, and justice, right, and judgment, right, are the foundation, right, the foundation of thy throne. Kiseka, mercy and truth, and emet and truth go before the eye. These qualities of the divine, or the Elohi to say like the godlike, right? The divine, the divine rule, are lauded. They're lauded here. You can even say they're applauded, lauded, right? Praised by the psalmist and Ani Vani and I, and will be made the guiding principles, you can say the principles of his reign, right? Of his rulership, right? I will sing, right? I will sing, right? Some bring this out where it says, I will sing praises, Zamar, the chant, right? In a sense of the a cappella chanting accompanied by the playing of music, right? Or the sense of striking, the twang, right? The striking with the fingers. The striking of the fingers can happen by playing an instrument like a harp, but in the striking of fingers, like bingi note, be a nigi note, the bingi note, like with the drums, right? The touching the strings, or touching with your fingers, striking with your fingers, playing with your fingers. So playing with your fingers and chanting, eyes is here, right? Azamera, right? I will chant Isis. So I will sing in the sense of I will sing, I will chant Isis, right? Chant praises, right? Not merely in words, however, also in imitating, right? In imitating, right? Like his majesty says concerning Moshe and the exemplary character of Yeshua, right? To emulate, right? To imitate and emulate, right? To live up and live out the divine, right? The holy, the godly attributes, the midot, right? Right? Midot, right? Shel Elohi, right? And his own kingship. So in his own kingship, right? This is why this was called like a psalm for magistrates, like princes, like Rosses and princes, those who had, those who were like the Ishas, men that had, to whom more was given. When we say to whom more is given, more is required. So therefore, this would also govern them. So not just to the king, right, but also to those of the king's court, we could say the royal order, right, as it were, those of the king's house, like all the king's men, right? This psalm applies, right? So right here,
to verse 2, once again, verse 1, including a superscription, the title, Lid Dawid Mizmor, Chesedu Mishpat Ashira Lecha, Yahuwah Azamera, Azamera. Here to the bait verse, the second verse right here. Here we're still in the section, the king's longing for Elohim's presence, for Yahweh's face, for his interface, right? Here it says, I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. You see that word perfect, right? In a perfect way. Oh, when will thou, the eye, come to eye? I will walk within my house. I will trod within my house with a perfect heart. So here we have perfect twice, right? Perfect, right? We can go into this right here. We have tamim, right? Tamim, whole, complete, entire, healthy, right? Healthy, right? What is complete or entirely in accord with truth and fact, right? Entire, the sense of the entire, figuratively or morally, right? That which is complete, right? And tome or tom, you would say, but tome. Tome is related to tamim, right? Integrity. Tome is completeness, right? Completeness, fullness, right? And the fullness, all the fullness. You know, the ancients, the elders of Rastafari all spoke about the fullness, right? Don't hear it so much so nowadays. That's to bring forward the fullness, the pleroma, right? Innocence, right? Innocency, simplicity, integrity, right? Right? And that completeness leads in the figurative sense of prosperity, but often in the moral sense is that innocence. Right there. So here, the Ivrit, Askila, Bidareka Tamim, Matai Taboa Elai, Eta Haleka, Bitam Libi, Bikareb Beiti. Here. Askila. I'll be sakal, sekel, or sakal. I'll be prudent. I'll be circumspect. I will wisely understand, overstand, and therefore prosper in the way to be prudent, to be circumspect, mind, to look at it in the sense of having insight, giving attention to, considering, having insight, comprehension, just to bring out, the senses of this, to act circumspectly, act prudently, right? Therefore, to prosper, have success, right? To be, to make, to act circumspect, right? Hence, intelligent, sakal, right? Here, speaking the first person sense, asakila, I will, right? Pay attention, right? I will give heed. I'll be circumspect. Askila, bidarek, in the derek, right? Askila b'derek tamim. These three words. Askila b'derek tamim. Askila, I'll be circumspect, behave wisely. B'derek, in the way, right? In the trodden road, in my manner, my habit, the way, my course of life, moral character, right? The course of life, the mode of action. Askila b'dereka tamim, right? In what sense? Perfectly, completely. That's the sense of perfect Hebraically. So nobody's perfect. Nobody's trying to be complete, right? Lowered expectations. Got to get up off of that. Here, complete, right? Whole, entire, sound, right? Sound, word, sound. Sound in this sense is not sound like a noise or a voice, but it's like completely, something being sound, something being healthy, right? Whole, sound, healthy, entire, right? To speak about the entire time or the entirety of it all, right? Here, I will give heed. Askila, right? I will, he's saying, right, deliberately choose the way of integrity, right? There is a way of integrity. I will deliberately, right, choose, right choice, make the right choice of the way of integrity, right? As the ruler, right, of the people. He says, as the ruler of his people, making this deliberate, right, decision, this right choice for that righteousness right here. Askila b'derek tamim, right? Askila b'derek tamim. Next part he says, oh, when will thou come to I?
this question here, right? There it is, right? Matai, Matai Tabo Eli, Matai Tabo Eli, Matai Tabo Eli, Matai Tabo Eli, Matai when, Matai. Here we have to go down here to Tanakh to bring out the word Matai, right? Here we go, Matai, right? Not Mathai, but Matai. Matai, right? When. Other dialects maybe, but Matai, right? When, right? Matai, right? When, right? To what extent of time, related to like extent of time, right? Matai tabo, tabo, right? Tabo, the sense of you, male, entering in. You, male, coming in. Not coming just to my house, but entering into my house, right? Matai tabo, a lie. But here he says a lie, right? To ani, el Ani, a lie, to I. When will you come to I? This is the goal. This is the goal that inspired his resolution. For the attainment of that, he specifies the steps that he will take. But here, the request is not just when I just come to your house and worship and go through the rites and rituals, but no, when will you come to I? Almost a sense of, in the Hebrew sense, like you enter into I, make your tabernacle in I. In this sense, it has a very, when it says that, like David was a man after Yahweh's own heart, it has a foreshadowing of the Brit Chadashah sense, right? When Yeshua speaks about who loves him will keep his sayings and the Father will love him, right? And we will come and we will tabernacle with him, and the body being the tabernacle, right? Or the temple, right? With his spirit, the Holy Spirit dwelling in I. This is what Dawid is speaking by asking this question, Matai Tabo Eli, Matai Tabo Eli, right? Now declaring the steps he will take. I will walk, right? I will what? I will halak. Here's where the halakha comes in. So the halakha is not so-called Yiddish. The halak is Hebrew halakha, right? Halak means to go, to walk, right? Right? But it has a sense in the heat pa'el sense, right? Even to go to and fro. But it's how we go about, how we walk it out, right? Halakha, right? How we walk it out, right? How we live it out, right? So here he says, eta halek. So the eta halek is a heat pa'el sense. It's like going to and fro, going like to and fro, almost like the sense of the baraka about our, our going to and fro, our going from our gates, our returning to our gates, right? Going to and fro, right? That going to and fro sense, right? He says, etahaleka betom alibi. Etahalek, I will go to and fro betom or betam, right? Tom, tam. Etahaleka betom libi, or etahaleka betam libi, betam libi, right? Within my house. Well, he didn't say within my house. He says, I will walk, right, with a perfect heart. So the order of words is different. The KJV says, I'll walk within my house with a perfect heart. The Hebrew is, right, etahalek, I will walk, right, I will halak, right, etahalek, right, betom libi, with a perfect or a complete, a tom libi, right, tom, integrity, complete, right, libi, right, libi, right, or libabi. Okay, I said libi. There's two senses of heart. There's heart, right, lave, and then there's labab, right? There's labab, right? This is almost like speaking like the conscience, right? In the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew sense. Etaleka betam libabi, right? The sense of the inner mind, right? The innermost of the innocence, the heart, basically in the Hebrew can have the second of the two truths beside the physical heart, right? The heart of the sea, the center of the sea, the heart of something, the center of it. I heart is like the innermost of us, like the inclination, your resolution or determination of will, right? To the core, the sense of the core and the core of me in the heart, right? He says, Eta halek betama libabi, right? Big Arab, right? Big Arab. The Arab is the within. Arab, remember we touched on the Arab, the offering,
the midst, right? Kareb, right? The seat of the thought, the emotion, right? Big Kareb, right? Beiti, right? Big Kareb Beiti of my heart, a house here. Notice the words are, well, I guess for poetry, maybe in English, but literally this verse would be like, I will walk in a perfect, with a perfect heart, a complete core, of a complete core, right? Or integrity at the core, right? Within, in the innermost of my house, right? The house of house. Here, the beginning is to be made. The beginning, right? Remember, this is the ideal kingship, right? Right. The beginning is to be made. His private life, right? His private life will not be tarnished by the corruption and the self-indulgence that was usual with other kings of the Kedem, right? Kings of the East, right? Or Eastern monarchs, Oriental monarchs, right here. So the first and the second verses, right? The king's longing for Elohim's presence, right? And the step to be taken here in verse 2, Askila b'derek tamim matai tabo elai, eta haleka betama lebabi, bikareb beiti. Here, leading here to the third verse, the Gimel verse, third verse right here, the Gimel, the Gamel verse. He says, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. Shall not cleave to eye, right? Shall not cleave to eye, right? The wicked thing in the Hebrew, the thing of Belial. Touch on that. This section, third to fourth verses. He will shun everything that is base. Now, the word, right, wicked, or some might translate as base, is Belial. Belial. What is Belial? Right? Worthless. Good for nothing. Right? Translatively as wicked, right? But there's another word for wicked. This is like without profit, right? Without profit. It's from a two-part word, Belial. In English, it can be as Belial and also as Blear, Prince of Bel-Air. Yeah, there's a link right there, right? Prince of Bel-Air. So in the English and other languages, sometimes the L and the R switch places, right? You know, there's this whole thing some speakers can't, you know, when they say the R sound, it sound like an L and the L sound like the R. But these words in English is basically this word right here, Belial, right? From Beli means like wearing out in one sense. Beli, in the second sense, it means like without, like not having, right? Like when we say Balaam, Belial, right? Balaam is Beliam, not of the people. His name, literally, Balaam's name means not of the people, right? So Belial means not of or without, right? Ya'al. What is Ya'al? Ya'al is profit gain, right? Profit gain or benefit, right? Ya'al. But properly comes from, it's related to the word Allah in like aliyah, like to go up, to ascend, right? Ma'allah, right? Ya'al is properly from to ascend, but here it can be used for something valuable, right? You know, so you say something has a high cost because the cost keep going up, it keeps ascending, it has a high cost, right? But in an objective sense, in the Hebrew, Ya'al, right, is that which is useful, right? Subjectively is that like that which is beneficial, right? Beneficial, profiterous, right? Profiterous, there we go, right? So he says, I will set no Belial, right? No worthless thing, no good for nothing thing, Belial, right? No worthless thing, no thing that does not go up, right? You know what I mean? So here, he says, Lo ashita le negeda ainai devar Belial. So, right? So Satan sanati. Lo yidabak be, right? So it says lo, not, right? Ashit, right? Ashit from sheet, right? Sheet means to put, to set. He put, he set, right? Sheet means he put, he set, right? So he says ashit, I putting, I setting, but then he negates it by saying lo ashit, lo ashit, I sheet, ashit, lo ashit. I would not put, I would not set, station, appoint, fix, constitute, to put, right, in a sense, to place, right? Lo ashita lineged, neged, right? There's a word before, neged, like opposite of, before, right? Einai, my eyes, my ein, einai, my eyes. Lo ashit leneged einai. I will not set, right, before mine eyes, devar bilial. Debar bilial. Debar bilial. Debar. What's a debar bilial? Right? Now you see what it says in the English, like wicked thing, right? In the Hebrew, it's the bar, right? The bar, right? Like a word, a speech, a matter, a thing of, right? So it could be a word, a speech, a matter, a thing. This is how the word word can, it could be a speech, a saying, a utterance, words, business, occupation, acts, right? A case, a matter, something, a matter, right? Word, right? The implications of matter, right? Something spoken of. The sense of this, different than other words for a thing, is that this is something that is spoken, right? Because the bar means to speak. Dibbar, like a word of biliya'al, a worthless word, right? Worthless word, literally. But here it means a matter of Belial, right? We have this also in Psalm 18, right? Psalm 18, round about verse 4, verse 5, also in Psalm 91, round about verse 8, verse 9, a matter, a thing of Belial. In other words, he will avoid every unworthy aim and ambition, right? Every unworthy aim and ambition, right? He says, I hate the work of them that turn aside, right? Another way of bringing this out is I hate the doing of things crooked, right? Of things crooked. He says, oh, say, right? Why, oh, say, right? Oh, say, the doing, right? Say team, doing of the say team, right? Sanati, right? Sanati, I have hated, right? The doing of the work of them that turn aside, of those that do suit, right? Suit, right? Two different ways, samek and seen, but it's suit, right? Suit means like to swerve. Suit, he swerved. Suit, he fell away, right? To fall away. It's like the sense of it is like to swerve, like you're driving on a road and you swerve off of the path, right? You go off road. You're not on the so-called proverbial way, the yellow brick road, so to speak, right? You detrude, right? You derelict, right? In one sense, right? This is a sense of wrongly practiced, namely idolatry, right? To turn aside from the way, but it also has a sense of things that swerve, right? Things that swerve. So he says, Osea Setima Saneti, right? I hate the doing of things crooked or doing of things, right? The doing of things that swerve, right? Doing things that swerve, deeds, right? Doings, right? That swerve from what is right, righteous, right? He says, furthermore, shall not cleave to me. The doing of things that swerve shall not cleave, Lo, yidabak be. Lo, not yidabak. What is yidabak? Yidabak, they to dabak. They to, or it to cling, to stick. Dabak, right? Dabak, to follow close. But the literal sense is like to sting, to cleave, right? To cleave to stick to, right? They will not stick to me. They will not impinge me, right? They will not cling, right? And let the things that swerve cling to me, adhere to me. In the figurative sense of the use of the word, it's like to catch. You catch somebody or something by pursuit. They will not catch me. I won't get caught out there, is what he is saying, right? Lo, yidabak be. Lo, yidabak will not stick be ani, right? Be ani, right? To ani, on me, in me, be contracted, be in me, right? Lo yidabak be, right? Should an evil deed come to his hand, so to speak, he will at once free himself, extricate himself of it, right? Here, Dalet. No make no excuses. Dalet, right? Dalet, right? Here, the fourth verse, the Dalet verse. This is still the second section right here that is themed, right? That is themed shunning every Belial, every worthless thing, right? Everything that's of Beliar, right? Belial. He says, a froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked. Word person is not there. I will not know a wicked, right? Or a case in point to use, be involved in anything that's ratchet, that is ra'ah, right? Get involved with the unpleasant, the evil, displeasing, the bad, the worst, the sad, the unhappy, all of these calamity, distress, injury, evil, misery, distress. It brings out these senses right here. That's why they put the word person there, because they thought that by putting that there, those italicized, thank Yah, they italicized it, showing us it's not there in the Hebrew. It was to bring out a translative idea of like, I would not know a wicked person, but actually I would not know, right? He's not going to have intimacy, right, with that which is ra'ah, right? Here it says, lebab Ikesh, lebab ikesha yasura mimeni, ra, lo eda, ra, lo eda, ra, lo eda, right? Ra, lo eda, right? Ra, lo eda, right? Here. So what's he saying right here? A perverse heart, right? A perverse heart or a froward. Here they have the word froward, right? Right? Ikesh. So in the verse it says, lebab, lebab, a heart, a consciousness, lebab ikesh, ikesh, twisted, distorted, crooked, crook-hearted, right? Perverse, perverted. Coming from this root, akash, not aquash, but akash. Akash means to be perverse. It was reverse. He was perverse. He was twisted, pervert, right? Make crooked, right? Proving perverse or declaring perverse, right? The sense of to not. So the root idea of the akash, right? Root is like to not, to distort. In the figure of speech, in the Hebrew idiom, right, is to pervert, right? An act or something that is declared, right? Perverse, right? Naming and claiming, right? It's declared perverse. So he says, lebab ikesh, yasor mimeni, yasor, right? Will soar, right? It will soar, it will turn aside. Yasor, it will depart, avoid. Yasor mimeni, right? It will depart me from ani, from me. Yasor mimeni. It will like turn off from me, right? Turn away from me. So the crooked heart, right, or the froward heart, levav ikesh, right? We have this in Proverbs chapter 11, verse 20, speaking of the crooked, right, heart, or the froward heart. Only what is straightforward, right, yashar, upright, what is straightforward will remain in libo, his heart, his conscience, his mind, right? He goes on to say, ra, right, ra, right? So here, the ra, here, right, there's two ways that ra can be used. It can be like an evil man, like an evil person, right? An evil man, or in this sense right here, that which is bad, evil, naturally, morally, right? Or it can also bring out a sense of adversity, right? The things, not the people who act in the things, but these things, these thoughts, these states of mind, right? Here he says you could bring out the sense of an evil man, right? Ra lo eda, right? I would not know one who is kind of like full of it, right? In other words, I would not be intimate. The eda, right? Eda, right? I will yada, to know. Know has a very intimate sense, right? I would not know that person. Like, I made their acquaintance, but I really don't know them. Right there. So here, this verse, lebabi keisha sur mimeni, ra, loeda, right? Ra, lo, eda, right? So here, bringing us to verses 5 to 6, the hey, right, to the wow, the hey to the va verse right here, today's daily psalm. This section here is now concerning his ministers, right? His ministers, his servants, right? So here the king speaks, even the king of kings, right? And here he's speaking of all the king's men, all the king's manda, right? The ministers, the servants, to say the servants. His ministers, servants, right, must be righteous, right? Must be righteous, right? So here, he says, whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath a high look and a proud heart will I not suffer. Will I not suffer? Right? Milashniya basetera re'ehu oto atzmit gebah ainaim Ua Rahaba Lebab, Oto Lo Ukal. Oto, him, Lo, not Ukal. Or Oto Lo Ukal. Ukal, right? Ukal, modern Hebrew, Ukal, right? Oto Lo Ukal. Lo Ukal. You know, when we say today, and this brings out perfectly, you know, I hear a lot of sayings today, even amongst the once lost, now found, and even others that remind me of these ancient expressions. We say it nowadays, right? And it's just interesting, just in spirit. You know, when somebody says, I just can't. Oh, so-and-so, no, I can't with him. No, I can't. You know, I can't with him. I cannot. You know, you hear that expression. Somebody said they can't with somebody. They don't say what they can't do. They just can't. I just can't. No. So-and-so, I just can't. I can't with him. This is what he says here when he says oto, right? Oto, right? To say him, right? In this sense, or it, him, right? Oto, lo ukal. Ukal, I'm able to. I have the ability to. Lo, not ukal, right? I'm not able to. So the word suffer is not like I'm not gonna like suffer like in the suffering sense of a pathos in that sense. No, here it speaks about from the yakol, the root sense, right? Yakol, to prevail, to overcome, to endure, one sense, but it comes from the root sense of to be able, the ability, right? The sense of ability. This is what this speaks to be able to, right? To be able to something, right? And it also in the Hebrew has a sense of yakol, right? In its root sense has a sense of like I can't. I'm able, I can't. Let me bring it down here. Strong's bring it out. A primitive root, yakol, which means to be able, or he was able, or he could, in the sense of speech. Here we have in the verse, ukal, ukal, ukal. This is speaking of I, first person, right? First person in that sense. Lo ukal, lo, I'm not able. Lo ukal, right? Literally, I can't and I couldn't, right? In a moral sense, right? I may not, I might not, right? I'm not able to, right? It's interesting. That's that sense that we use today. But let's break down this right here. A couple of parts of this verse right here. First part right here, where he says, whoso slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off, or the Hebraic sense of him will I destroy. Milashni abaseter re'ehu. Oto him atzmit. Oto him atzmit. Oto atzmit. Him will I samat. I'll samat. Someone like smat, right? Samat, right? Him I will samat. I'll put an end to him. The sense of I will cut him off. The sense is also I will destroy him. I will exterminate him. I'll extirpate him. It can have its forceful sense, but extirpate, whether literally or figuratively, consume or cut them off, right? They'll be cut off, to say, like from the court, so to speak, right? They'll be cut off. No slanderers, milashni. So it has this word here for slanderer, milashni, from Lashan, right? It has Lashan twice here, milashni, right? Milashni is like those that use the tongue. But in this sense, Lashan is the tongue itself. Lashan, or Lishon is the tongue. Lishon is the tongue, and Lashan means to use the tongue, right? Like to speak, the tongue, to speak. But then the second of the two truths mean to slander, right? Like somebody say, you got too much talk, all that talk. Like talking is okay, but this is going beyond, right? But in the secondary sense, to accuse, right? Properly, lashon as the verb for the word for tongue, lashon, right, means like to lick, right? The sense is like to calumniate, to slander, to wag the tongue, like a dog wags the tail, the malashni. So the slanderer, right? The slanderer is the malashni, just like the malashni, right? So the malashni by satyr, the slanderer by satyr in satyr, right? In satyr. Satyr, here we have satyr and sitra, right? Speaking of he, right? We use the word satyr, right? Sitra, speaking of a she thing or she, right? But satyr, a covering, a shelter, a hiding place, right? Which is not a bad word, right? But like to have be in shelter, the hiding, hide me in thee, oh Yah, right? But this is how the malashni, the slander, the one that's talking about you, is hiding. They're not just coming out, right? But they hiding, right? It's secrecy, right? It's a sense of the secrecy of tongue being slanderous, right? They're doing like privily, like say privily, malashni by satyr. So the malashni, not the one who uses their tongue to say something that may be an accusation, may be correct, and just comes out with it, but the one that says, little secret things, secretly slanders, right? Even behind one's back, the cover. Here, you see where it says right here? This brings it to the root that the setter, right? Satyr can be in a good or a bad sense. So here in this sense, it's in the bad sense, right? Because a slanderer is a vice, right? Malashni, Vaseter Re'ehu, his Reya. So we have Re'ah, and then the who means his at the end. Re'ah and who, Re'ehu. Re'ehu is his companion, his friend, his Re'ah, Re'ehu, right? His fellow. Looking at the root of this, it's almost like his fellow shepherd in that sense, getting to the root, but his associate, whether he's close or not, but his fellow, right? Re'ehu. It says, Alto, him, atzmit, him I will cut. Melashni, slanderer, Melashni, right? User of tongues, right? The man of tongues, right? To say like the slanderer. A common vice in a king's court. In any king's court, right? And especially in that divine king's court, that Zion Davidic king's court, slander is a vice, but a vice, sadly, that has been all too common, right? All too common, right? But that one, right? Oto atzmit, he says, him that hath an high look. And high look. There's an interesting picture of Benito Mussolini with his head. When he stick his head up, he's like looking up, like he's looking up to the sky, put his chin way up there. I was surprised, but not surprised when Barack, Hussein abomination, when he also did the same exact look. Somebody did a split screen of it. It's like it was wow. Right? I think Trump also does that kind of thing too. Where they put their chin up. This high look. Of course, that is more ostentatious, so to speak. But here, the second part of the verse, it says Gibah, right? Or Givah Ainaim. Givah Ainaim, like high eyes. Gibah Ainaim. Ainaim is eyes. Gibah Ainaim. Ua Rechaba Lebab. Rahab Lebab, and a Rahab, a proud Lebab, a proud heart, a proud consciousness, right? Oto Lo Ka, like one might say it today, like one who thinks too much of themselves, right? For no good or discernible reason. Geba Ainaim, Geba high, Geba high, proud, Geba, like lofty, Geba Ainaim. So the word look here is Ain. Ain is literally eyes. In the verse is plural. Ainaim. Physical eye showing mental qualities, figuratively, right there. But high eyes, right? And a proud Rahab Lebab, Rahab. Rahab is not so much proud in that sense, though it's a pun on Rahab. We have Rahab and we have Rahab. Rahab and Rahab, right? They're close, right? Rahab is a metaphorical name for Mitzrayim, ancient Egypt. But here we have Rahab, Rahab, Chab, right? This means broad, wide, roomy, right? Rechob is like streets. Rechobot is like, say, them streets, right? Just to bring another context to this right here, roomy, wide, from Rahab, to grow wide, widen and enlarge, right? To broaden, right? Has a broad heart, right? A widened heart, Labab, right? It says, Oto, him, lo ukal. I just can't with him. Such men are likely, right, with a high, haughty look, right? Haughty eyes, basically. It should have been high eyes, but haughty eyes, right? Haughty, haughty eyes, and a proud, a wide heart, right? A wide heart, right? Such men are likely to imperil the peace, the shalom of the state, even of the Davidic state. So this verse here, Melashniya basetera re'ehu, oto atzmit. Bigaba ainaima urachaba lebab, oto louka. Oto louka. The wow, the va verse right here, 6th verse right here. Right, this is still the section. His ministers, how the ministers, the servants. This can be applied and should be applied to the Brit Chadashah, right? For all who have faith in Yeshua HaMoshiach, right? Here, right? It says, mine eyes, the wow, the va verse, the 6th verse, mine eyes up on the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me, that they may dwell with I. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me, he shall serve I. Perfect in the way. This is beautiful. Yes, that brings more of the Hebrew sense. Perfect in the way. So in the New Covenant sense, when it speaks about the true way of Moshiach, Yeshua, the true Nazarene way as the way, before they called them Christiano or Christians in Antioch, right? It's the way, right? Perfect in the way, complete, to say complete in the way, right? Ainai be ne emene, be ne emene, the ne'emene, right? To say the faithful, be ne'emene, the faithful of Eretz, right? Ainai, my eyes, be upon ne'emene, the faithful of Eretz, the faithful of the land, Eretz, the faithful of the earth, what contextually speaking, the faithful of the land. Ainai be ne'emene Eretz, upon the faithful of the land, right? La shevet, to seat up, la shevet, to seat up, to dwell, right? To be seated up, satted up. La shebeta imadi, Ainaya be ne'emene Eretz, La Shaveta Imadi, right? That he may seat up with me. La Shavet Imadi, Imad, right? With, in that sense, Ani, I, Imadi. Holek, one who walks, right? Remember from the halak sense, the halakha sense. One who walks, a sense of walking out, living it out. Holek biderek, in the way, right? In the way, right? Holek biderek, one who walks in the derek, in the way. Tamim. So here we get that word perfect, right? Tamim, right? Whole, complete, entire, sound, right? And the sound healthy, right? Unimpaired. What is complete or entirely in accord with Yahweh's truth and fact, right? Entire, the sense of this integrity, with integrity and truth, with a sense of like that fullness, right? That fullness. A note here to understand the context of the word Hebraically, when offerings were offered of animals, the animals had to be tamim, without blemish, complete. That means they could not be a hybrid, right? Or somehow handicapped in that sense. Check? So that's the same sense in this sense concerning the way. Ainaya bin emeneya retza la shaveta imadi. Holeka bedareka tamim hu. Ye sharteni, who he himself, who he himself, ye sharteni, ye sharte will serve ani, will serve I. Ye sharteni, who ye sharteni, he will serve I. He will do the sheret in the sense he will minister. He will do the sharat, the verb, sharet, the ministry. He will minister, he will serve, minister to me. He will attend, right? Even as a menial, some just basic task in the court, right? But this word also is used both in the state, right? The Davidic government in Sion, right? Among David, greater son as well, in that sense of the attendance, but also the same word sharat, right? To minister, to attend, and the sharet, the ministry, right? Is also used of a worshipper, right? The worshipper from the Kohanim, the priests, right? To the Lewim, the Levites, and to I, the rank and file of Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael. Right? But in the figure sense, it's also to contribute towards. So even to contribute towards the ministry, right? The ministry of the way, the truth, and the life is as one is ministering even themselves because they are contributing to the ministry, right? In spirit and in truth. So here, this full of full. Let's just get the verse again. Ainaya bin emeneya eretz la shebeta imadi. Holeka bidareka tamim hu yesharteni. So mine eyes, einai, right? Einai, my eyes, right? Both in the literal sense, the einai, the physical eye, also my mind, showing the mental qualities, I nine, right? Both objectively and subjectively, right? The mental and the spiritual faculties. He says, mine eye shall be upon the faithful ne'emene, right? Ben ne'emene, the ne'emene, those who are aman, right? Not a man, just males, but those who are aman. Aman in the Hebrew, right? Who support, aman, to confirm, but also the word to be faithful. So we can say in the true way, truth, and life, the word to have faith or believe, right, is yes, to be faithful, but also to support that which is faithful, to confirm, affirm, and seek to make firm that which is faithful, right? To uphold that which is faithful, to nourish, right, that which is faithful. Is a beautiful sense in the scripts concerning this word aman. Aman is aman, right? Like a foster father, a foster mother, like a nurse, right? The pillars, the supporters of the door, right? Aman, to be established, to be faithful, to make firm, just to bring out the true sense of the word faith, because it gets confused by the word believe or believe and all the other confusion around lies in the middle of the word and just the confusions, right? This is the real root of that word that is often translated as belief, right? To confirm, establish, right? Reliable, faithful and true, right? To firm and affirm, to trust, right? The truth that you trust in, to be certain of. Now you see they stuck in the word believe, right? Okay, to believe, to stand firm, right? To trust, to believe. Now think about it for a moment. Everywhere we see the word believe, I believe. People might say it, but do they really trust? Right? Are they firm in it? But the root sense of aman, because this is important to bring out the true sense of what is belief. We touch on religion, right? And the true scriptural point of reference. People be skipping over that and going to Latin. They be going to Rome, right? The wrong roads lead to Rome, right? But aman right here means to build up or to support, right? To foster, look at the word, aman, to foster as a parent or nurse, right? To foster as, in the figurative sense of the word aman, in the emne, right? The ne'emne, the faithful of, ne'emne aretz, the faithful of the land, is to render firm, to make firm, right? Be faithful, to trust. You see, they say trust See, nowadays people, what do we say nowadays? You say we say nowadays, people say nowadays, trust and believe, trust and believe, trust and believe, right? Trust and believe, right? If you don't understand believe, then just trust. You know what trust is, right? Right? Permanent, morally to be true, to be certain, right? Morally to be true, to be certain. There's a level of the word that also goes with the right hand sense. Because we have the aman and yamin, the right hand sense. Aman, yamin, aman, namin, neman, namin. So right here, when he says, Ainai bin emne eretz, my eyes upon the faithful ones of the land. La sheveta imadi, that they may shevet, they may yashab, they may dwell. Why yeshev? They may be seated up. Come, make I and I seat up. Right? Behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to seat up together. To dwell is the same yashab, shevet, sense to sit down, specifically as judge, or in the sense of in ambush, or in quiet. The implication is to dwell, to remain. Sekel, can also have an implication of to marry. But that sense applies here as well because of the covenant with Yahweh Eloheinu, and especially by Shem Yeshua. Right? So my eyes, I look out to discover. I look out to discover B'neemne Eretz, the faithful of the land, to do what? La Sheveta Imadi, to dwell Imadi, right? To dwell with me, to be my Habarim. So here it's being said to be my fellow Chabarim, to be my fellow, my associates, my companions, right? Here goes on to say, he that walketh in a perfect way, the Tamim way, right? Or as they give us in the notes here, perfect in the way. Perfect in the way. Hear this from the Hebrew. Holek b'derek tamim. Literally, holek, the walker, one who walks, he who walks, holek, right? B'derek, in the way of tamim, right? The way of perfectness. The way of perfectness, bring out that sense of being perfect, tamim, complete, b'derek, the derek. This is why when Yeshua says, I am haderek, the way, the same way, right? Today, yesterday, and till time indefinite, till time out of mind, or as one say, forever, right? He shall do what? He says, who are yisharteni? He shall minister to I, right? Walketh in the way of integrity. Another way to understand this word tamim is concerning integrity. Walketh in the way of integrity, right? Each of the ministers in a righteous court, especially the court as to establish the kingdom of the Malkut Elohim, right? Each of his ministers must be like himself, right? Must be like himself. And this is why we now link you to verse 2. Remember verse 2? I will give heed to the way of integrity, the perfect way, right? Behave myself wisely in the perfect way, right? So he himself says, right? Asakila b'derek tamim. Asakila b'derek tamim. I will behave myself wisely. I will be circumspect. Asakila b'derek tamim. And then he says of them, right? He says of them right here, he says, Holek b'derek tamim. Holek, one who walks, b'derek tamim, right? Who yisharteni will be my servant, my minister, right? Those who are like it. Like reflects like. Here to seal up today's daily psalm, last two verses right here. Beautiful verse here. Ainai b'nemneya eretz. La sheveta imadi. Holek b'derek tamim. Hu yisharteni. Here. Let's bring it here to verse 7, the Zain, the seventh verse right here. He, right? Now, before we get into the seventh verse, the section, right? He will purge Yerushalayim. We say the city of Yahweh, the city of Ha'adon, the city of the Lord, the consciousness of city equals consciousness, metaphysically speaking, but the city or Jerusalem, the consciousness of Yah's people. He will purge Jerusalem of the wicked, of the ratchet. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies, lies, shall not tarry in my sight, shall not tarry. But in the Hebrew sense of it, shall not be established. In fact, when he says he will cut him off, he will destroy him, right? Atzmit, oto atzmit, is to say like to disestablish, right? Almost like one becoming disestablished. Right? Because they're dissing the way, the truth, and the life. Here, the King of Kings Christ. Here, the Zayn verse. Lo yesheba bik reba beitia. Oseya remiya. Dobera shikarim. Loa yikona linegeda ainai. Lo, not yikon. They are not like established. Nikon. Lo yikona linegeda ainai. Before my eyes. So he says, Lo yesheb. Not for him to dwell. Not for him to dwell. Let's get the word dwell. The same yashab. Here in the sense of the yesheb. Yesheb, he will dwell. Lo yesheb. He will not dwell he. Lo yesheb. Lo yesheb, right? Lo yesheb big Arab. In the Arab. In the Arab. The Arab, remember, is within or the midst, right? The midst. Arab, amongst, in the inner part, right? They can still be, around, but they're not going to enter. They should not enter into the holy ground, right? In the midst, right? Like among the number of certain persons, the persons mentioned earlier, the nearest part, the center, right? You should not bring these ones to the center of the king's business, right? Lo yesheb b'kareba beiti, right? They will not be seated up, right? They will not sit up, right? When you sit, you get comfortable, Lo yesheb b'kareb beiti, not sit up b'kareb beiti, in the kareb beiti, right? Within my house, in the inner part of my house, right? Shall not dwell, as we have in Psalm 15. Check out Psalm 15, who may be his guest, right? With a different verb, shall not dwell. A deceitful man will not have entry to the palace. Will not have entry to the palace. And even if they did have a certain entry, right? It might be to be getting judged or something like that, to be brought up on something. But definitely they would not be seated up. They're not going to get comfortable. Not going to make them comfortable in the king's court, right? Amongst the king's mandam, right? Lo yeshebik arebetiya, oseya remiya, osei remiya, right? Osei remiya, right? So Osei is the one who Asa, he did, he accomplished, he made, right? Osei, the doer, one who does. Osei remiya, one who does remia, one who does slackness, right? Slackening, right? On one level, remember the two levels of the Hebrew, like the exoteric, the esoteric, the inner and the outer. The laxness or slackening, in another sense of it, remia, is deceit and treachery, right? Remissness, right? Treachery, remissness, guile, right? It's from Rama. The word Rama means to cast, to shoot, to hurl. Remember the bow shooters, the shotter, the bowman, respect the shotter, right? Here, in the secondary sense, it's like beguiling, deceptive, misleading, dealing treacherously, right? Trick trapping, treacherous, betrayers. So there's twofold sense. The root sense can mean to hurl, specifically to shoot. But the figure of speech, which is applied right here, osei remiya, is to the doers of delusion. They're in delusion, betraying. They do things that they hope cause ones to fall and to fail. Just as an archer or a sniper gets the target, they're doing things like that too, right? To delude and to betray and to cause ones to fall or cause things to fail, right? So this is the fuller part of this verse right here. Lo yeshebik arebeti osei remiya. Dober shikarim. Dover shikarim. Dober. Dober come from dabar. Dabar means to speak or he spoke, right? Here, dober is a speaker. Dober, speaker. Dober, speaker of, to say like a speaker of, shikarim. Dober shikarim. So in the KJV, they say, he that telleth, right? Telleth from Dabar, to speak. He spoke, he declared, he conversed. Dober, one who speaks, the speaker of, the declarer of, the converser of, right? The speaker of, right? Shikarim. Shikarim come from sheker. Sheker. What is sheker? Sheker, the noun, means to lie. Sheker. Shikarim is lies. Dober shikarim, the speaker, the teller, the speaker of lies, the speaker of deception, the speaker even of disappointments, right? Of falsehood, deception, what deceives or disappoints or betrays one. So in a sense, saying like nobody's perfect and trying to wipe that out and then say, well, you're in Yah's way. Then we come across these verses where it says perfect, and then even the Messiah says, be thou perfect as our heavenly Father, and one's dismissing that can be considered to be a sheker, whether one know it or not. Hopefully one don't know it and can correct that, because the deception is what deceives, yes, but also what disappoints. Right? Many of the righteous in the way, right, sometimes are disappointed by ones who go and betray, right? You know, they say things maybe overzealously without knowledge, but then you see where the word will contradict that. You see, so that's a deception, that's a fraud, fraudulently wrong, it's falsehood. It's injurious in testimony, and it's injurious to true testimony we have even in the scripts, right? Right? And then you can see the other senses this word is applied. It's untruth. It's a sham. So here it says, Dober shikarim lo yekona leneged ainai. So the speaker of lies, of delusions, of deception will not be established, firmed up, established. Lo yekon leneged, before mine ainai, before mine eyes, will not tarry. Kun, the root is kun. Lo yikon, coming from kun, right? The root, to be stable, will not be established, will not be fixed, right? You know, will not be prepared, readied, arranged, right? Basically, we could say will not be erect, right? Stand perpendicular, right? Bring them down, right? Will not tarry, and they be brought down from my sight, in a sense. Or as the note here says, shall not be established, lid negeda ainai, before my eyes. Because, you know, get them out of here, right? He will, right, dismiss, right? He will be dismissed, right? He, the king, and even the king's men, but the king will dismiss the Melech, the Negus, even Negus and the Gas will dismiss such a one when his character, when these one's character, right, is discovered. In Ethiopia, they used to have an hour, different hours to take care of different business in the Davidic imperial court. And they had 1 hour that was called like what was it? Shum, right? Shum Shir. Yeah, the Shum Shir. Shum is like the point, Shum, right? And Shir was the disappoint. So sometime in this hour, it was said by those who recorded their testimonies, it was a very, interesting hour, because, if your name was called, right, either you would get promoted to another appointment or you'll be disappointed. Sometimes maybe just put in another position where you can serve better. Other times it's like, get out of here, right? It's like a get out of here. This verse here, right? Lo yeshebik areba beiti se remiya. Dober shikarim lo yikon lenegeda ainai. Here, bringing us to the 8th verse, the fulfillment verse, the chet verse here. Today's daily psalm right here, the ideal of kingship, the prince's psalm, right? And the mirror, David's mirror for magistrates, for judges. This is like for the judges and the officers, right? For the judges and officers. Justice, thou shalt pursue. I will early destroy, declaration of the king, and even the King of Kings, coronation day. I will early destroy, right? All the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all the wicked doers from the city of Yahuwah. City of Yahuwah in the first sense, yes, the city, Jerusalem, Sion, Zion, and Jerusalem. Yes, the city, we can even say Addis Ababa, right, of the greater David, greater son. But in the spiritual aspect, is like from the consciousness of Yahuwah, right? From that city, the city of his people. You know what I mean? You know, in spirit and in truth. But here, taking the first sense first, right? La bikarim meet. La bikarimat mita kola rishay aretza lehakrit me ir Yahua kola po ale awen call po ale awen or call po ale aven, call po ale, all the workers, all the habitual doers, right, of iniquity, right, of iniquity. Some translated here they have as wickedness, right, as the wicked or wicked doers. Here we have aven, right, actually more correctly, awain, trouble, right. Remember, this word is like exerting oneself, like panting. Some people work hard for nothing, right? That's that wickedness, right? Panting, exerting oneself, usually in vain, right? Awen, right? Is to pant, to exert oneself, usually in vain, to come to naught, to come to nothingness, the sense of trouble, vanity, wickedness, and by extension, like idolatry, right? So he says that I may cut off like all the idolaters, right? All the wicked doers, right? Called Po'ale Wayne, called Po'ale Aven. Here. Let's take this first word right here, early. The word early is boker. Usually we would say like boker tov, like for good morning, boker, the dawning morning, boker, right? The morning, break of day, right? The break of day, the morning, the end of night, right? The coming of the light, boker, the dawning, right? Now this is from the word bakar, right? The verb to seek, to inquire, to consider, to seek out, right? But also has a sense in the primitive sense as the time of plowing, right? Now, also, we have an interesting link with the ox. Bakar. Bakar is the ox, right? The bakar is the ox as well. This is why here with the bakar, right? The plowing, right? That sense of plowing. Let's see if we can do this right here, right? If we don't have to go too far right here. Let's see. Bakara, tekir, like bikoret, punishing instrument right there. That's we're going to obviously bakash. Let's see, Bakar. There we go. Just had to go to the next one. You see how Bakar, right? So we have Boker Tov, good morning. Boker Tov, good morning. But then we have Bakar. Bakar is cattle, herd, oxen, right? Cattle, herd, oxen, right? So there's an interesting correspondence here, both speaking about the morning, like the Boker, because the Boker in the ancient times was a time to do the Bakar. The Bakar was the plowing, right? The plowing, right, with the Bikar, Bikarim, right, with the oxen, right? So you see how these words can have their shades and their links, with time of day, but why that time of day, with the verb sense of doing plowing in the early hours, rise and shine, do that plowing, and then the plowing with the bikar, the oxen. So here, bringing it back over here where it says, I will early destroy, right? I will early destroy every morning, right? Let me scroll down here, see what the others have, right? Okay, early morning. But Hebraically, we know that there's a midrash reasoning right here. So almost like to destroy these wicked ones is almost like slaying the oxen, is where I'm trying to get to as we get into some of the Hebrew wordplay. But let's just take it Peshat, this is on the Peshat level, on the 4 levels, but let's get a good groundation. Here, it says La Bikarim, right? La Bikarim. Almost like for the what? The Bikarim, for the cattle, the oxen, or is it the Bikarim in the sense of La Bokarim, right? For the mornings, the dawnings, the early mornings, La Bokarim, La Bikarim, right? There's a pun there. Every morning, morning by morning, right? The trod is and was, right, that the king, the Melech, even the Ethiopian, right, Negusa Neges, right, will sit to administer justice. There was even an hour that was known as the hour of justice, right? Where like the Supreme Court, the king was generally the Supreme Court, right? We have this also in the Davidic model in the scripture, right? So every morning, morning to morning, Boker, right? Right? Morning to morning will the king, the Melech, the Negus, even Negus Neges, sit to administer justice. We have this in Jeremiah, in Ermias, in Jeremiah chapter 21, verse 12. Jeremiah chapter 21, verse 12. The capital, as well as the court, must be morally. The point of this here, the moral here, must be morally clean. Chabarim. So he says, morning to morning or mornings, right? Morning to mornings will I remember the atzmit from samat. Samat to put an end to cut off. He put an end to atzmat. He cut off atzmat. He destroyed atzmat. Here it says, la bikarim. Atzmit, lebekarim atzmit, right? He's saying right here, it's in the he-feel sense, right? To exterminate, to annihilate, right? In that sense of destroy, right? Atzmit, right? The capital must be cleansed, right? All of the who of the land, the Rasha, all the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, those who are hostile to Elohim and his way, those who are morally wrong, bad, but also this word is used like in a court case, if two people are being judged, right? There's a case. The one who is innocent or has won the case is the one who is a tzaddik, the righteous one, because they are sodek. They are the one who is correct in the case, right? And the one who is the rasha, right, is the ratchet, defiant, or another way of saying the criminal, the guilty, right? What was the verdict? Rasha, word. Oh wow, a Rasha. That means he's guilty. There's a judgment there. What was the verdict? Tzedek and Sodek, right? Oh, innocent. Oh, he's innocent. He's been justified, right? So those terms that we have this in a sort of a religious sense also are the terms that was used to declare. So one who's Rasha is like the guilty, right? Guilty or criminal, right? Irregardless of what they were charged with, if the case is properly adjudicated, right? Judah and adjudication, then the innocent party should be the Sadiq, and the guilty party would be the Rasha, right there, right? Of the land. Another important, interesting here is when he says the call Rish-A Aretz, right? All of the ratchet of the land. This is to be seen with a contrast to the verse. What was the verse where he was talking about the Ne'emne, right? Ne'emne, right? In verse 6. In verse 6, where it is said, he says, Ainai bin Ne'emne Eretz, right? Upon the faithful of the land. Here it says, call Rish-A Aretz, all of the ratchet of the land, right? Le Hakrit, right? The cut off here is a different than cut off atzmit. See, early in the song they use cut off in English, but the word is atzmit, to exterminate, right? Eradication, annihilation, right? Here the word karat, hakrit, right? Literal sense. This is a literal sense of cut, right? So here it says lehakrit. It can also be to excommunicate, right? Excommunicate in that sense. Hakrit, right? Lehakrita me'ir, to cut off from the ear, the city of Yahuwah. Call all po'alei, the doers, habitual doers of Awain, right? Of vanity, of iniquity. We touch on this right here. Trouble, wickedness. Yes, the city there is Jerusalem. So here, brothers and sisters and brothers, here Just sealing up right here one last time. La bikarim, la bikarim, la bikarim, la bikarim at me to call la rishay aretz lehakrita meir Yahuwah. Call po'elei awen. Call po'elei awen. Here. Today's daily psalm. Chabarim, chabarim. Here. Let's just share this right here. Where are we right here? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Shema Yisrael. Hear this.
Psalm 101.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור.
I will sing of mercy and judgment.
חסד ומשפט אשירה.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
מתי תבוא אליי. אתהלך.
I will walk.
אתהלך.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור. חסד ומשפט אשירה, לך אדוני אזמרה. אשכילה בדרך תמים, מתי תבוא אליי? אתהלך בתום לבבי, בקרב ביתי. לא אשית לנגד עיניי דבר בליעל. עשו שתים שנאתי, לא ידבק בי. לבב עיקש יסור ממני, רע לא אדע, מלושני וסדר, רעהו אותו עצמית, גבה עיניים ורחב לבב, אותו לא אוכל. עיניי בנאמני ארץ לשבת עמדי, הולך בדרך תמים הוא ישרתני. לא ישב בקרב ביתי עושה רמייה, דובר שקרים לא ייכון לנגד עיניי. לבקרים עצמית כל רשעי ארץ, להחריט מעיר אדוני כל פועלי אבן.
Psalm 101. I will sing of mercy and judgment. Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. O when wilt thou come unto me? I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Lala Tov, Lala Tov. Good night, good morning, good day. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua right here. Here we're in the 11th sabbatical study. Why Yagash, Yehuda and Judah, all right? And Yehuda and Judah drew near. The lion of the tribe of Judah drawing near. Here we're still in the Maccabee fight, right? We have day 7 coming forward. So a Boker Tov. Boker Tov, a good dawning, a good morning, a good dawning, right? New light, have a good day, a Yom Tov, don't give up the fight, the fight for Yahweh's truth and rights, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the King of Kings Christ.
Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ, the Black Christ. Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ, the Black Christ. Give thanks unto the Black Christ, the Black Christ. There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land. We can rely on the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Hail up the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on.
Chanukah Sameach. Boker Tov, Chaverim.